love it when I turn up the bass. They love it when I turn up the bass. They love it when I turn up the bass. They love it when I turn up the bass.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Give me 1 second. I am finishing up getting all of our notifications sent out. So give me 1 second. All right. So this has been our screen for well over a year now. We have been working, and today, here we go. We do have a new setup today. But we do have a tornado warning, so we can't really focus on that. Let's get into it. This tornado warning does include parts of western St. Augustine and all of Chirino. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Chirino. Your rotation is broad. Right here, of course, it's a Kelly Rose stream. I forget my drawing tool. Let me turn down the music in my headphone for you guys so it's not aggressive towards you guys. I do have a fan and a part of an AC going, so. Alright, here we go. I do believe they dropped this tornado warning. But here we go. We do have this tornado watch in effect here for Tyler, Shreveport, Jacksonville, Lufkin, Huntsville, Silsbee, Port Arthur, Conroe, Houston, Texas City, and Lake Jackson, Texas, and Louisiana. I do expect throughout tonight, we do see this extended well into portions of this area till about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And just like that, they have dropped that tornado warning, so we are now to a severe thunderstorm warning. This severe thunderstorm warning here remains in effect for the next 38 minutes until 6:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. For Center, Patroon, St. Augustine, Milliam, Hemp Hill, Pineland, Zavala, and Broadus. If I'm mispronouncing your town name, please excuse me. I'm not familiar with some of these names. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and not really any hail. A tornado watch is in effect until 9 p.m., which we just shown. Intense thunderstorm lines can produce brief tornadoes and widespread significant wind damage. Although a tornado is not immediately likely, it is best to move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. These storms may cause significant and serious injury and significant property damage. As we come down here to Texas, give me 1 second. No, I don't want that window. Okay, our special weather statements aren't working. Lovely. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning. This will be allowed to expire in 5 minutes. And then we kind of go south here towards Corpus Christi. I'm going to have to pull up a radar for that. We got the picture back, by the way. I finally got one. There we go. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Victoria. Here, this does include the potential for 0. or penny-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And another warning for Edna and Luis for the 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then we have this other severe thunderstorm warning for Beeville and North George West. George West, you should be fine. It is staying off to your north. For penny-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This at one point was a considerable warning here. We'll have some hail core there. Let's go to our Shreveport radar here. I'll watch this area just south of Tenaha. This is an area that I would say might be able to produce a tornado here in the next 20-30 minutes. We're going to be switching radars a lot today. So it looks like we have some rotation about 6,000 feet. We're going to call this 7,000 feet in the air. We have a little bit of rotation on it here. This is normalized rotation. This just takes velocity, what looks to be tornadic rotation or wind shear, and we'll kind of see it when you get into these brighter blues, into some higher colors. You'll start noticing tighter rotation. Another area I want to watch closely is near Zavala. It's a little bean right here. There is a gust front associated with this, I would say, right about here. If this can push past, we'll see that tornado threat ramp up with that particular portion of the cell. A new severe thunderstorm warning for Harris, Liberty, and Montgomery counties. That will go until 6:30. This is also for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving east at 50 miles per hour We do have a tornado possible tag on this right here and an area right here. We do not have a tornado imminent, but be aware that a tornado is possible. Then let's get a storm track here. We're going to be crossing over much better. U.S. Highway 59 in about 20 minutes. 30 minutes we're going to be moving towards Liberty County. In 45 minutes we're going to be to the north of, or we're going to be at Kinflick. And the strongest portion of this is going to be north of Kinflick. And by an hour we're going to be at Deseta. If this can continue to hold its intensity. We're stocked up for today and tomorrow. So now you're going to watch right there. Any kink in this line could produce a tornado, and they will be very fast. These types of tornadoes, you may have 1 to 2 minute lead time. Some of them can take a little longer to produce, but usually you have 1 to 2 minute lead time. So and with these storms, QLCS tornadoes, you don't have your rotation usually deep in the clouds, like 10, 20,000 feet in the air. It's usually in your lower 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,000 feet in the air. You're not really seeing it tall, so parts of this area, specifically here near Livingston, we don't really have the best radar coverage, so you're going to see by the time the tornado is on the ground and has probably lifted, a tornado warning gets issued. Just a little late. That's what makes these tornadoes so hard to detect. Also have some rotation just to the south of Cut and Shoot. It's nothing too crazy at this time. They are monitoring this rotation currently. They do have a special weather statement, I believe. I'm going to check that really quickly, so give me one sec. We'll fix the special weather statements hopefully by the time we go live tomorrow. Yes, that is severe. A special weather statement for 40 mile per hour winds. I again want to mention the tornado watch. Let me pull that up here on my side screen. So this is your tornado watch here. There is a 50% chance of tornadoes in this tornado watch. Again, I do expect this to be extended towards New Orleans. Let me move you guys down just a bit. I do expect this to be moved towards New Orleans around 8, 9 o'clock tonight. This watch does go until 9. Isolated hail up to ping pong ball sized hail and scattered gusts up to 75 mile per hour. And this does include Shreveport, Tyler, Jacksonville, Lufkin, Silsbee, Port Arthur, Houston, Texas City, Lake Jackson, Huntsville, and Conroe. As of this time, we will see this particular watch be extended probably for this area by about 8 o'clock. And then a new watch will come out for this area. A lot of today is going to be tracking in this mode here. This is our dual panel mode. We are down to 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, which is really good. watching this really closely. If that line up, watching this rotation really closely here, it's not too tight as of this time, but it is tight enough where it is a concern to me and the National Weather Service. This is Cape territory. 3,000 feet. This is only 3,000 feet. Nothing too crazy in this line as of this time, but we are going to get a Capo radar. They're just about as equal to each other. Nothing too tornadic in this part of the line as of this time, but as we get closer towards D. Ritter, Lake Charles, Laysville, Alexandria even, Lafayette, you'll see that low-level jet kick in, and you'll start seeing more spin-ups in the line. And that is what we're going to be watching really closely tonight. Now we're going to pay attention to this warning just a little bit more than the one up north. We do have some pretty tight rotation. Yes. We do have some pretty tight rotations just north of Glen Flora. This is 2 minutes ago, so your rotation's about right in this area. Well, we'll watch that really closely, so this is something to watch right here. We have a little kink in the line. So any area like Needville, Fairchild, Guy, Damon, Lago, Wharton, and Hungerford, you guys need to be ready to take your tornado precautions if the National Weather Service does issue a tornado warning for this. Sorry about that. I do expect a tornado warning here in the next few minutes for that area. Not too bad looking up, 8,000 feet in the air. You can see some sign of the rotation there. Yeah, Puerto Rico's got some chance of severe weather today. I'm not too enthused by that one today. Should be 4. 3. Oh, it's 3. Not seeing too much in this line right now. There are areas like this one over here, which I do think will get tornado warned pretty soon. Velocity lines up with reflectivity to the point where I do expect a tornado warning on this cell. If you guys are on a boat, we're going to go ahead and do a special weather statement here. We do have a special weather statement for 34 knot wind or greater and small hail. That'll equate to 39 miles per hour. Also watching an area of rotation to the south of Katy, south of I-10, west Houston Metro. I do see some rotation in that. I may not issue for this one. It's still rotating just enough, but I am unsure if they go more than that. I'm gonna move my camera up just a bit. Sorry. When I do that multi-view, we have to kind of adjust the camera. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm also watching my area. I've got some storms kind of moving towards my area, which may give me some B-roll footage that I need desperately, so I may leave for like a 15-20 minutes. But where was I? I know I just had the spectrum width. So, if you guys can see, we have an area of elevated spectrum width. I kind of forgot what this product was called. Here, this is damaging wind in that area, right there. That's where you'll expect turbulence in an airplane, something like that. So spectrum width just literally looks at... Yeah, that's still rotating. Very impressive, by the way. I want to point out. I did that horribly. Give me 1 second. That is not current, or that is not significant rotation there. So a lot of today is going to be looking and saying, okay, what rotation do we have? Is it significant? Let's go up to Shreveport radar, then we'll go to Capo radar. I'm going to mute that so we don't have to deal with any of this. There you go. If you guys see me not talking for an extended period of time, I am kind of I'm trying to find out some information that's not available. Also, happy Valentine's Day, guys. Hopefully yours is going good, better than mine has. I kind of missed some opportunity today for B-roll footage, so I'm not too happy about that, but no. So that's not rotating. This part of the line is where I'm worried about. Like this signal concerns me. Because that is a very concerning sign. Not much rotation associated with this part of it. I have some rotation down here though. And rotation here. Rotation near Glen Flora has died off, which is really good news for this area. I do have some rotation here. We have some range folding, but Yeah, this is best radar. Right there's your rotation on this pocket right here. We can confirm that with reflectivity. Right there. That is confirmed with reflectivity, so. We do not have any debris signature at this time. I'm gonna pull up stream footage, storm chaser footage real quick. I'm trying to see who's in this area. Tom Ball, you guys are experiencing heavy rain right now, but it's not too insane. Let's go back north here to Shreveport. Shreveport, you are getting rain. Portions of Shreveport at this time. Nothing in this line screams rotation to me, which is really good news. This is the only pocket I'm really worried about right here, just to the southeast of Newville. That's the only area that has potential, but right now, nothing. And as we get a capo radar, again, nothing much showing up. Oh, St. Augustine. I'm not sure I believe that signature. I think that's side lobe contamination. Your radar beam's like this, and it expands as it goes this way. Sometimes you can see side lobe contamination. Rotation over here kind of get, not rotation, but winds over here kind of get picked up by this beam. I do expect a tornado warning for parts of Mission Bend, Meadows Place, Sugarland, Pecan Grove, and Bel Air, South Houston Metro here in the next few minutes. This is screaming to me that a tornado is possible. So I do expect a tornado warning probably by 6:05. Yes, I do expect a tornado warning. Okay. We are going to watch this one really closely. That is a very concerning sign. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Humboldt, Sheldon, Houston, Pasadena, Richmond, Pleak, Needville, Sandy Point, and Warthen. This does include a tornado possible tag or better. Okay, yes. Less than penny-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a tornado possible. Again, remain alert for possible tornadoes. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. So what a tornado possible tag is, I'm going to bring this over to you guys. So I look down here, tornado possible tag. This says they're watching areas of rotation, areas of rotation, but it's not enough to be tornado warned. I do, however, expect that to get tornado warned because that is screaming some strong rotation. We should actually be able to pick up some traffic cameras in this area. I want to move this back over here. Excuse me. I'm going to try to pull up traffic camera. Give me 1 second. Live traffic cameras are now available in the menu under cameras. Excuse me 1 second. Mission bend. Okay, here is some camera view from this rotation here. We are looking to the west. This camera is about in this area. So we're going to watch this traffic camera. We're looking for areas that are lower than others, so we're looking for a wall cloud. We've got a RFD surge right now that's kind of so we're watching those rotations as well. So on this camera right here, we're looking specifically in this area, not that area. This area here for that tornadic rotation as it comes towards us. It'll probably be about 10 minutes or so before we really see it if it continues. We're losing daylight, which is horrible. We're also watching this area of rotation to the south of Rosenberg, to the north of Pleak. We're watching this really closely here for rotation. I am going to look for other traffic cameras for you guys. Do have some traffic cameras in Sugarland. Okay, I have a view of portion of the line here. I'm not seeing any wall cloud. Rosenberg is still rotating, but it's really weak at this point. It'll be right over Pleak. The one we were watching is still rotating, however, it has weakened, which is really good news. They probably won't issue. We do have an area of rotation to the south of Lane City, west of Magnet. So we're watching this area very closely right now. What's tricky about this, we may not know there's a tornado until it's already on the ground. We may not even know there's rotation until it's on the ground. So it's one of those, you gotta watch the whole line. Also, I think my chair needs study D40. Alrighty, everyone. Probability of watch issuance, 95%. A new tornado watch will be coming towards Jackson, Macomb, Baton Rouge, maybe West Louisiana, Lafayette, Morgantown, Oberlin, Alexandria, Nacogdoches, Vicksburg, and Monroe. Most probable peak tornado intensity is 100 mile per hour to 130, and wind 65 to 80. Your hail threat really just falls off at this point. An increasingly organized north/south oriented squall line is tracking eastward along a surface cold front around 30 knot in far eastern Texas. Damaging winds have been a concern with this activity given the primary linear mode through translucent circulations have posed a risk of brief tornadoes. Ahead of the line, the Shreveport and the KPO radars, VWPs, already show a large clockwise curved photograph upwards to 300 to 350 meters squared per second squared, 0.1 kilometer storm relative helicity as a robust mid-level photograph. A downstream tornado watch will be issued. Where is my mouse? I'm going to bring this into view just for a second. I want to point out, and a strong tornado cannot be ruled out. And that is exactly why we're here. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look at what they're talking about by VWP. So this is our VWP. This is KPO. I'm going to 2D this for you guys. So this is what they mean right here. So you see that clockwise or curve? That's what we're talking about. Your shear is really high right now. Wait, no. There. I want that there. So that's what we're watching in 3D. This is what it looks like in 3D. If you guys look, you can see how it, as you go up, it rises in the atmosphere and you see the bends in it. That is a really good indication of rotation potential, tornadic potential in this. Watching some rotation in Humble at this time. I am definitely surprised that they did not issue that tornado warning. But it's good that they haven't, but I was decently surprised that they haven't issued one in a while. I think we started with one. The rotation was weak, so they canceled it pretty early. And now we're here. Though I am watching this one near Mission Bend really closely. Sorry. We still have that rotation to the southeast of Pleak right now. It's going to be north of Fairchild, southeast of Pleak, to the southwest of Greatwood, and west of Thompson's, kind of in that ruler area. We still got a few houses in it, but and there is still going to be rotation with it. It is easier seen on base velocity. Sorry about that, everyone. We're going to start here with the rotation in Humble. We still have rotation in Humble. It is kind of weaker, though. Moving down, we don't really have much until you get down here towards Mission Bend, north of Meadows Place, where we still have some rotation at 2,000 feet in the air, north of Meadows. Some rotation about 2,200 feet in there, 2,120 feet. Over Sugarland right now. Some rotation to the west of Pleak, southwest of Pleak, to the southeast of Pleak, southwest of Greatwood. And those are the areas we're watching really closely. I'm watching this one particularly closely with how tight the rotation is getting here over the last few scans. They have removed Katy and Full Shear from the severe thunderstorm warning. You guys are fine. I would not be surprised if this was trying to produce a tornado. I don't think that's a tornado. I can't see that being a tornado, but your rotation currently is along Sam Houston Parkway. And State Highway 8. Which just does a circle around the city. City do city things. But we're watching this pocket of rotation really closely. I think that's your next tornado warning. If it can continue producing, that is. If it can't continue, well... I'm looking at correlation coefficient, so this is debris tracker. That has remained really constant. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, that's nothing. This one has also died off just a tad bit, which is really good. We're watching this cold surge to the northeast of Fairchilds and west of Thompson's, south of Greatwood. It is actively rotating. There is no tornado on it. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses it. Is tornado possible tagged for the threat of tornadoes? And there is a tornado watch in this area until 9 p.m. However, we will be seeing a new tornado watch here shortly. For this area here in blue, we're going to turn on watches really quickly. So you'll have a new tornado watch in your blue area, and your yellow is your current severe thunderstorm watch and or severe thunderstorm warning. If you're in the Houston metro, it's your severe thunderstorm warning. So... I don't particularly like to keep that on. That is not a tornado. That is what a debris signature looks like, but that is not a debris signature. It could be picking up on something else. We'll know soon. Actually... we don't have any areas I'd say is capable of being a tornado on the ground at this time. These areas can produce tornadoes at any time that I have been watching really closely. Let's go up north. We haven't been paying attention to Shreveport radar. This area of the line hasn't been too crazy thus far. However, when your low-level jet streams in, probably be more like streams in like that towards your storms, that's when you have big issues like this. That's when that low-level jet kicks in, your tornadoes are going to ramp up really quickly. And a strong tornado cannot be ruled out tonight. We will hopefully be streaming about 9 a.m. in the morning. Let's go ahead and take a look at weather models. HRRR specifically. 18Z HRRR. No. Here. Alright, that works. This is about where we are right now. This is at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We'll probably end about here. We're going to be watching this area particularly closely. This is at 5, 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 p.m., 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m. We're going to be watching this area really closely. I have a forecast on this, so I'm going to pull up my personal forecast here for this area. So this is going to be for tomorrow, February 15th, 2026. I just exited out of it. You guys saw that live, right? So this is my forecast. I have an elevated risk, which is my 3 out of 5. I try not to use SPC wording when I'm doing this. Again, this is made by me. This is not an SPC forecast in any way. So I have a limited area of severe weather from pretty much Gulfport all the way to the East Coast, south of South Carolina, and along the Florida-Georgia line border. I have a slight risk extending from Crestview to Jacksonville, Gainesville, Folkestone areas. And then I have an elevated risk of severe weather. Panama City, Tallahassee, Live Oak, Mariana, something, and Cairo. With that being accompanied by a 10%, my personal outlook, 10% tornado risk for this area. I do expect a strong tornado or two. That's why you see these black lines in here. So your 10% is all of the enhanced or elevated risk I had. Your 5% extends for the whole site risk, and your marginal tornado risk extends all of the marginal. So I made a mistake while drawing up a forecast. This is your hail outlook. So hail outlook. I'm going to have to go back and fix this. This is your hail outlook. All of your marginal, site, and elevated risks. And this is your wind risk here. As you can see, my elevated risk is for tornadoes. So that's what I think about tomorrow. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning. There's some tight rotation up here to the north of Kineflick. We've been talking about this area for a while. This new severe thunderstorm warning includes 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible tag. Straight line winds are your primary threat associated with that warning. Your rotation areas have really died off since last time, except to the south of Thompson's, west of Fairchild's area. We still have that rotation ongoing. I'm also going to go ahead and delete this. This is what our former view looked like. This is what it looks like now. I'm trying to delete this as we speak. No, not rename. Remove. There we go. So this is what it will look like from now on. Won't be doubtful. Kame kuna.
Go back.
That startled me. My dog wants in my room now. I feel bad for him. So the red outlines you see up here and here, these are actually new. All of what you are seeing is new except the warning legend. Sometimes that, your date and time and your warning. They're just now in different spots. Let me know what you guys think. I want more radar for you guys because the lower portion of this was horrible. Lower portion was horrible. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning. Woof. Can I remove this radar? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and remove it. Go like Charles with this. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let this pop up on this radar here really quickly. There it is. Slumberton and Kunzi. This is your new severe thunderstorm warning. Votall, Saratoga, Bevel Oaks, China, Nome, Silsby. Oh, we're watching this area. Severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, moving southeast at 25-mile-per-hour wind at 25, and tornado possible attack. Less than penny-sized hail. Hail really isn't a primary threat tonight. We're mostly looking at your wind threat. Winds up to 75 and a tornado threat. Low but not Low but not zero. Tornado threat. I'm just going to take a look at what the SPC has outlined for today. I'm also doing this to see if they've got that new tornado watch out. We're going to wait just a minute before we take a look at SPC. They just updated, so give them a little bit. I'm going to take a look at it on Radar Scope. I use Radar Scope for chasing, and it auto updates. New Orleans is now included in the 5% tornado risk. From here on out, we're pretty much in the 5% tornado risk. Hattiesburg, you're in it. Which one? I just removed that radar, by the way. What radar do we not need? Shreveport? No, we need Shreveport. I'm trying to figure out what radar, you know what? I do it on most. We're going to let SPC update and then we'll bring it to you guys. So this is your considerable severe thunderstorm warning here for Kingsville, Ricardo, Rivera. Oh yeah, that's Brownsville. We're not going to be looking at this one as much as I'd like to. Usually we try to go in order of most significant, and this is really significant. But this is the first time. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying to do something. Nice. Okay, I just want to kind of customize that for you guys, so you guys can have that to see instrument. I'm gonna go use restroom here in a few minutes. Back to Houston. We have so many areas of rotation. It's not even funny. We got one to the west of Fresno. We're gonna let velocity update. There we go. We got one west of Fresno, one to the southeast of Bel Air, west of Fresno, east of Fresno, to the southeast of Bel Air, another one just to the west of Jacinto City, and another one north of Sheldon and Magnolia Gardens, and to the west of Crosby. And another one, which is tighter, north of Daytona Lakes to southwest of Moss Hill, and to the northwest of Hardin and Liberty County. So we got a lot of areas that we're watching really closely for rotation. Thankfully, we don't have any tornado warnings at this time.
Hey.
On second, I'm going to go use the restroom and do something I need to Sorry about that, everyone. Excuse me. There we go. So we now have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. 70-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible, and less than penny-sized hail. Okay, sorry about that. Please excuse me, I'm trying to look at something. Okay, we're good. Excuse me. Not really too much right now. We're getting close to the radar site. We get over the radar site, there's a thing. I'm going to show it to you guys really quickly. This right here is the count of silence. Usually I don't like looking at data. Let me pull. This area in here isn't really the best for spotting tornadoes. You'll see debris pretty easy, but it's pixelated and crazy, especially on this radar. That lines up. That lines up with reflectivity. I think we have a tornado on the ground to the north of Brooksideville. I want to wait another scan. Right here. This lines up with reflectivity, velocity, and spectrum width. I am pretty sure we have a tornado on the ground. North of Brookside Village. I am 90% sure. We'll see if the NWS issues a tornado warning. I want to wait on one more correlation coefficient. Or this is what we call correlation coefficient. I'm going to shorten it down to CC for you guys. We're watching this here. We're going to wait for another scan before I say yes it is or no it's not. If it lines up another one, I'll probably be able to say it is. Which we should be getting a scan here soon. Okay. I have plenty of confidence. We do have a tornado to the north of Pearland, north of Brooksideville. This is going to be to the south of South Houston. You guys need to go ahead and be in your tornado safe place. If you are from Brookside Village to La Porte or Shore Acres, Seabrook, this is not officially a tornado warning. However, I have very high confidence something is happening here. So if you're in this blue circle here, you need to be, I would say you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. This is a very well likely a tornado on the ground doing damage. At this time, there's probably typing out tornado warning any minute now. But I do believe this is an unwarned tornado that is ongoing. We have some pretty high normalized rotation in that area, or fairly decent normalized rotation. Again, this is a unwarned tornado. Sorry about that. I am trying to pull up anything that could confirm this for us. Other than correlation coefficient, we do have radar confirmed tornado. Your tornado has dissipated. Your tornado has dissipated. So the Georgia-Oklahoma basketball game was delayed after a popcorn machine at the concession stand caught fire. That'd be interesting. I do believe that tornado has lifted, but it could again produce. It could again produce another tornado. I'm unsure. I do also want to point out that Trump admin is trying to pull supercomputers out of key weather and climate research centers, or NCAR for short. That is where some of our really good weather models, HRRR, is GFS. So let's not do that, please, for the safety of Americans. So, thought I'd throw that out there. The tornado has lifted. We did have a short-lived tornado. Probably a track like that. That's what I'm guessing the track was for that tornado. That tornado has lifted. Your rotation has also kind of died off. Not too crazily died off, but it has died off just a little bit. And this area right here is a tornado spamming area. This could spam a ton of tornadoes in a very short amount of time. I'm talking a dozen tornadoes in an hour. We have the condition for that. It's just, well, the storms do that. But we have condition for a very active... Nick, what's up? It's been a long time since I've seen you. And I've even talked to you. Oh yeah, you have a tornado threat tomorrow. 1 or 2 maybe strong. I was actually going to text you about that tonight. Another area of rotation to the east of Sandy Point and Ross Sharon. I'm going to send you something on Snap, Nick, real quick. Yes, tomorrow, Florida, a little bit interesting. Let me pull up a forecast I personally made for you. Not for you, but for your area. In that part of Florida. This will generally stay north of Orlando. Not going to roll out a tornado north of Orlando, south of Orlando. But that's your area right there. I also messed up right there. So that's your... Alright, we do have a new tornado warning, so we're going to have to lock in. Sorry, Nick. Can't really show you much anymore. At this time, we do have a tornado warning. This tornado warning does include Alvin, Dickinson, San Leon, Texas City, Santa Fe, Webster, Seabrook. This is for multiple pockets of rotation at this time. Why is my drawing tool just disappearing when I need it? I'm about to pull up 1 rotation, 2 rotation, 3 rotation. I just did that, and look what happens. Oh, that is so irritating. 1 rotation, 2 rotation, 3 rotation, 4 rotation. Right now, these are your 4 areas of rotation or circulations in this tornado warning. Alvin, you probably aren't going to see much in the way of tornadic. You still need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Dickinson, Santa Fe, Webster, Seabrook, San Leon, Texas City, same thing with you guys. Galveston, get ready though if you're in Galveston. If these can hold together, and this is going to be a tornado spammer, in all honesty, a new tornado watch has also been issued. Things are about to get really active, people. Really active, people. We're going to keep that tornado warning in view here. This year, tornado watch until 2 a.m. A few tornadoes likely. Isolated hail up to quarter-sized hail and scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour is possible in this new tornado watch. This does go until 2 a.m. Central Standard Time, Sunday, February 15th. This does include Lake Charles, DeRidder, Alexandria, Notches, Monroe, Macomb, Baton Rouge, Donaldsonville, Houma, Lafayette, Opelousas, and Jackson, Mississippi. Soon, buddy. Soon. Yeah, you should be fine, though. Girl, you know I'm far from perfect, won't lead you on. Sorry. I've got music in my ear. So we're getting close to the radar. I love when I can do this. So guys, this is my inner weather nerd geeking out. So, I don't know. Oh, look at that. Look at that rotation right there. On that. This is my inner weather nerd, so please excuse me. This is what we call a tower radar, which has some really high res stuff. You can see all of these just like streaming in. That is really cool. You can also see the evolution of this rotation here. The rotation right there, very strong rotation. All right, back to this radar. I was just weather geeking out because, you know, I'm a nerd. I'm a big nerd. All right. Danbury, we're watching this area. Never mind. Doesn't match up with reflectivity. Watching this area, this area, this area here. 3 areas of rotation moving towards League City, Backcliff, San Leon, Texas City, Santa Fe, Seabrook, Webster, Friendswood, Liverpool, Hillcrest, Bayou Vista, village of Tiki Island. So we're watching this as this is a tornado warning for this area. Not really too much on spectrum width. I do want to point out we did have a tornado earlier today, which we will take a look at. Just a minute, I need to download the data. So this radar doesn't keep data unless I specifically ask for it to kind of go back and kind of pick up a few, scans. Then it'll keep it. I can't remember where it was. Okay, it was right here. So we did have a tornado north of Brookside Village. I'm trying to see if we can get any damage photos from that. I got some good music in my ear. We were going to take a look at SPC, but we haven't done that quite yet. I am trying to get anything for you guys. My dog is at my door. So this is our only tornado warning. Thankfully, this is our only tornado warning thus far. So looking back to kind of see if I can get anything. Three hooks. I want to point this out. There are 3 hooks, clear as day. It has been a while since I've seen anything like this. Whew. Welcome back to weather tracking. And this time, guys, I'm not so burnt out. I hate it. If you guys go back through parts of 2025, you'll see I really wasn't into it. Well, we're back. This one goes until 7:15. We're watching all 3 of these rotations, all 4 of them, to be exact. So we're posting this view on all socials. This is one of the more insane areas I've tracked in a very long time. Excuse me, everyone. So we're still watching this area of rotation really closely. Thankfully, that's not a tornado. We're about to hit this radar, so I'm going to switch to the tower, which is going to bring in the inner geek. This is where I geek out. I got rotation here, and rotation here. So these are your 3 areas of rotation actively. One to the northwest and to the southwest of Dickinson, and one to the east of Liverpool, south of Algoa, and to the southwest of Santa Fe. Well, since we're pretty close to the radar, I want to just kind of show this off. And bring in the Enter Nerd. I'm going to slow this animation down really quickly. Just admire the rotation. I geek over this stuff. I'm sorry. Ooh, look at this rotation here near Baytown. And the rotation here in Pleak. You can literally see in this one how it rotates. That is really cool. We do have a new tornado warning in Louisiana. Whew. Here we go. That's not where I thought we'd have the tornado warning, but, okay. For this tornadic rotation, just to the northeast point, this is going to be moving to the east-northeast. Let's go ahead and get a storm track on this. This does include Woodardville. Woodardville, 15 minutes, shelter. Now, do not wait till you hear the tornado. This is going to be at night. These tornadoes are really hard to detect, and they spin up really fast. This does have the potential to be EF1, EF2 if it does drop. However, it's unlikely that we see EF2 shrink tonight. Nothing screaming tornado on the ground at this time. Caster in 30 minutes. So, we'll be out of that warning in approximately 30 minutes. Whew. So we now do have 2 tornado warnings. This is the bad part. This is a rain-wrapped storm. I will tell you this from personal experience. Storm chasing QLCS tornadoes like this, you're not seeing anything unless it's right on top of you. Not even 1/4 of a mile from the tornado will you see it in this type of storm. Sometimes you might get lucky and you have 1/4 of a mile. I didn't. I also wasn't impacted, but I was 1/4 of a mile from a tornado and didn't see it. So that should serve as a warning to you guys as well to be really, really cautious with these type of storms and go ahead and take your tornado precautions. This is not your classic supercell where you can clearly see it from miles out in the daytime. This is nighttime rain wrapped, which is 10 times worse. So please be near a tornado safe place right now. Innermost center part of your house in a sturdy building. Avoid windows if you are outdoors or in a mobile home. Seek shelter away. Seek shelter if you are in a mobile home or outdoors. Seek shelter in an I'm messing up. Seek shelter in a sturdy building and pull over. If there is no place to seek shelter, a ditch is your last resort, but a ditch can save your life in a tornado. And same goes for this tornado here. I have some tight rotation right here to the south of Dickinson right now. Lake City rotation has really kind of just died off mostly, and then we do have some rotation to the east of Liverpool as well. Alvin, you guys can come into your tornado safe place. Liverpool, same thing with you. Excuse me, you're done with the tornado. You're still going to be dealing with some of the winds, however, it's not going to be as significant as what it's been here recently. Alright. So this is we only have 2 tornado wings. We got the picture back. I burned it. So we're back. This one barely fits in my fridge. Alright, we're back to covering. I expect a tornado right there. I fully expect the tornado. Alright, let's go back to Shreveport, Louisiana radar where we do have this active tornado warning for Woodardville. No, I do not see anything that screams tornado on the ground to me. Nothing screams tornado on the ground to me. I need to slow down while talking, but... Here soon, we're going to make these over here dynamic so they're not just red, they're yellow, darker yellow, dark yellow, red, dark red, pink. That's a rotation right there. Let's get a capo radar here. I'm watching this area here of rotation. And some near Kirbyville and Quincy. Let's get a Corpus Christi radar. We don't have any tornado warnings or that there, so we're going to keep out of that radar. We don't need it. Go back to Houston radar. Zoom in on this part of the school line, QLCS tornado threat here. We're moving away, so we'll be able to see it clearer here soon. We will be trying to stream tomorrow. Okay, I don't have anything too crazy right now. I'm going to pull a screenshot off real quick. Give me 1 second, please. We do have a new tornado warning for South Galveston and Jamaica Beach. Please, tornado safe place right now. Do not wait till you hear this tornado. This is a tornado warning for the next 32 minutes until 7:45. So that they will possibly be removing the tornado warning here. Or they'll issue another tornado warning for that. So this is our, we do have 3 active tornado warnings, so this is a really impressive storm right now. Let's go back up north to the Shreveport radar, to the tornado warning for Woodardville. West Dale, if you were in your transit place, you guys don't need to be in your transit place at this time. So again, this is your tornado warning right now. Let's get a K-Pod radar, see if we got anything. We do have 2 areas of rotation, one to the west of Toro, south of Clare, the other one to the southwest of Clare. And then another rotation to the south of Farsville. I do not expect that to become tornadic at this time. Alright, let's go back to Houston radar. We're going to kind of keep an closer eye on this one. I'm going to be honest. This is an embedded supercell. This is an embedded supercell. There's no doubt in my mind. Let's take a look at VWPs. We're going to use another site that I personally like for this. I just want to show this is the Houston radar. This right here is indicative of crazy severe weather. Crazy tornado potential. What we call a spammer. QLCS spammer. I figure in the time we've been live, about 4 to 5 tornadoes have touched down. As this moves off to shore, which is really good. Excuse me. So I'm trying to put my phone up here. Okay, so there we go. We still have this rotation. It is albeit weaker. This does include Galveston and Jamaica Beach. So southern Galveston and Jamaica Beach, you guys are in this tornado warning. We also have another tornado warning right active here in this area. I expect them to cancel this tornado warning, but your rotation right here, very, very broad. / non-existent at this point. So I do expect this tornado warning to get canceled. And that's the thing with these. We haven't really seen we go south to Capo radar. We do have, again, multiple areas of rotation. I'm watching this one near Farsville really closely. It might try to wrap up and produce a tornado. But watching this Kirbyville area as well, and Quincy area for rotation Lumberton as well. So we're watching this entire line extending from Shreveport to Houston, Galveston areas for tornado potential. Let's go back south to the Galveston tornado warning. I'm going to play our loop for you guys. I'm also going to speed it up. Kind of show the progression of this. And then we're going to take a look at the tower THOU radar tower, which is a very, very beautiful view tonight. So this is our radar view. We've had multiple areas of rotation, including a tornado. Let me find. Trying to find that tornado. Give me 1 second, people. We'll show it off later, but we did have a tornado earlier. I do not expect this to produce a tornado before it hits off the beach, though, which is really good. And it's same with this. I don't expect this storm here to produce. So, again, I think they canceled this tornado warning. It expires in 10 minutes, by the way, but I just see them canceling it before the time expires. This one, from what it was, you're starting to see that line intersect it, and your rotation has died off quite significantly with this storm here. Excuse me. It's an area of rotation right there. It's over the lake. I'm not too concerned about it. So we're watching this particular tornado warning here for South Galveston and Jamaica Beach. So if we have any damage, it should be on Twitter now. I'm going to try and see it. I am trying to see if we have any damage photos. We have a mesonet in Kingsville, Texas, giving 59-mile-per-hour gusts. I don't know where that is. Okay, we don't have any damage photos at this time. We'll continue to look. We have removed that tornado warning out of Brazoria County. We're now all into Galveston County. This tornado warning does not include all of Galveston County. This does include Village of Tiki Island, North Jamaica Beach, and South Galveston. So we have rotation here. Right there in that area, that is your tornadic rotation, and very broad rotation there in that tiny black circle as well. Let's take a look. I'm going to remove that. Lake Charles. Evadale, excuse me. There's some rotation to your north. Some to the south of Greyberg. Going up to like, going to Capo radar or Fort Polk radar. Here's your rotation to the south of Burkeville. Some rotation west of Clare. We don't, after this tornado warning, I don't think we'll be worrying much about this, except near Manny. Might have some rotation there, but nothing too crazy at this time. We've been really focused down here. You could still see that. Alright, as I said, I am going to pull up TQ for the last time tonight. Actually, when Beaumont moves towards camp, once it gets really out of Jefferson County, we'll be able to remove this radar entirely. So this is a tower radar, which is a very nice radar. They're old. They're from like the 80s, I think. But this radar has some really nice views. I personally like it because it's super high res. I just want this to be shown really quickly. Some of the impressive views that have come from this radar. 3 hooks. I think it's more here. Three hooks. One right here, one right here, and one right there. So this is where the inner weather nerd geeks out here. This is the inner weather nerd of me, so. Alright, here you go. Here, we're back to the regular radar we're used to seeing. I do want to point out the RFD surge here is really strong. I do want to point that out, that RFD surge is going to be packing 70, maybe close to 80 mile per hour winds. RFD is the rear flank downdraft in a storm. So you have your forward flank in the core, your RFD down here, right. So right here is your forward flank. Down here is your rear flank downdraft on the rear of the storm. We call it an RFD surge, and usually that's tornado genesis, but this is not tornado genesis. We can also see we have a new line of severe thunderstorm warnings, and I do expect, oh, excuse me, a new warning to be issued. Here pretty soon. Especially associated with that area. Alright, let's go back north to that tornado warning that does expire in less than a minute. We haven't been focused on it because the rotation has been really not too insane. So we haven't really needed to pay much attention to this tornado warning here. But we're going to be here until this warning pops off the screen. When this warning pops off screen, you'll know. Here it goes. The warning has expired. So we are down to one tornado warning, and I do want to stress that just because this warning is canceled doesn't mean we won't see other tornado warnings. We will see plenty of them as we go throughout the night tonight. Especially, I think... Whoa. I think you'll see that tornado threat through that whole area there tonight. So that's where I do expect tornadoes. I'm not counting the lower portion like Galveston, because they're dealing with it right now, and once that moves off into the ocean, that portion's done. We won't even talking about that area once this moves out. This is a one and done severe storm. You may see a tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning, or 2 severe thunderstorm warnings for your area. But after the squall line passes, you're done with the severe weather. You're going to just be dealing with some of the rain, the backside rain. But it's not going to be insane. Alright, let's go back south to Cahoe. Sorry about that. Where we do have our only tornado warning active, and the rotation moving offshore to the north of Jamaica Beach right now. Northeast of Jamaica Beach. And also watching this area again, the RFD surge is insane. That is your RFD surge. I also want to point out, this rotation near Lumberton has really been picking up steam over the last few scans. I've been watching it on my phone. Thank you, Radar Scope. It's a very bean shape here. Alright, let's go back south to that tornado warning. We're having to keep eyes on this whole line, so we're going to be switching throughout tonight. We're not going to just focus on a tornado warning tonight. We're going to be focusing on a lot of other portions of this line. We are tornado warning list, hallelujah. Ignore that. That tornado warning is no longer in effect. That will probably scroll for like 2 more scrolls or whatever. And we will be done. Excuse me. So again, we are tornado warning list. I wish GR2 Analyst, which is that is what we use, had MRMS, which is multi-radar, multi-sensor system. It combines every radar in America to form. WeatherWise has it, but WeatherWise does not run well on my computer. I don't know why. Alright, while we're tornado warning lists, I'm going to take a 40-second restroom break. I'll be right back. Alrighty, sorry about that. I actually went to go get a blanket. Since I'm not running a heater right now, because it'd be so loud. I am running a fan, though. So. Alright, let's get a K-Power radar. Once these storms get into Monroe area, we'll have to leave Shreveport. We're going to have to keep Shreveport radar, because what's bad about this area, we need a radar in Monroe. Somewhere here in Monroe. We need a radar there. Watching this area near Hornback for some rotation. Beaumont has now become considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That means a 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's all that means, is 70-mile-per-hour winds. If you guys look below me, every time it shows severe thunderstorm warning, you'll kind of see what signifies each. On tornado warnings, you're not going to see that because, well, it's obvious. But for severe thunderstorm warning, 60 mile per hour and 1 inch hail. Severe warning destructive, 70 mile per hour winds and 1.75 inch hail. And severe thunderstorm warning destructive, 80 mile per hour winds and 2.75 inch hail. Bigger than golf balls. Which we're not going to be really looking at tomorrow. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Go back to Q radar. Probably once this portion of the line gets into Jefferson, we'll be able to use Lake Charles, because we're not going to be worried about this part of the line anymore. Also watching this rotation right here, it's small, it is compact, and it is broad. But also some rotation right here, very weak. There is a special weather statement, not special weather statement, special marine warning, excuse me, for the potential of waterspouts and 50 knot wind, which 50 knot wind is 58 mile per hour. I think I'm right. 50 kts 2 mile per hour. 57.53. Okay, 58 mile per hour. I'm gonna round up. I'm just gonna do some damage to boots. I'm watching this area for some winds going towards Port Arthur, but not exactly warned. So your brighter yellow, which is severe thunderstorm warning regular, and then your darker yellow is considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Excuse me. I'm watching this whole line for areas of tornado, or where we have a tornadic debris signature. Here soon I'm going to customize all that. That's why I love GR2 Analyst. You can just do that. That is lovely. So this is going to be to the south of Galveston, so on the lake. Jamaica Beach, you guys are fine. You guys are going to be dealing with rain, and after your heavier rain ends, you're probably done with your wind, things like that. I do want to point out Lake Charles radar. Your wind really starts... Also, there is a fire to the north of Grand Chenier. By the way, that is a fire right there. It's interesting. That fire will be out pretty soon. Yeah, fire will be out in about 2 hours. Also, looks like we have another pocket right in here of fire. Alright, anyways, let's go back to what I was going to do prior to discovering this fire here. But before discovering that fire. So what you're seeing on reflectivity of smoke, that whole thing isn't the fire. Your fire is closer down here. From the way it kind of looks, it looks like a structure fire. Your wind is probably starting a little bit earlier, like at the blue. That is probably where you're seeing that wind starting, just a little bit ahead of the line. That is typical. If your wind shift is right on the line when that heavy rain gets to you, that is indicative of... We had a brief fire near... I'm going to try to get a view of this. There is nothing there. Never mind. We also, near Lumberton, we have a report as of 7/22. KFDM Mesonet Lumberton at the Lumberton Middle School got a measured wind gust of 70 miles per hour. Okay, let's go to K-Pro radar. I'm still watching the Hornbeck area, but... And the Shreveport radar. Nothing too crazy. There's a little rotation near Mount Lebanon. But nothing insane. I am watching rotation near Stowell. So, excuse me. Oh yeah, there's your severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for High Island and Winnie. That one is a regular severe thunderstorm warning, so you can see it outlined in the bright yellow. So, again, I do want to mention we have 2 tornado watches I'm going to show really quickly. We are tornado warning list, which is really good. I am going to full screen these tornado watches for you guys. No, I'm going to use this view. Alright. Okay, so this is your tornado watch that does include Houston, up towards Monroe, Jackson, Brookhaven, Macomb, Baton Rouge, Nacogdoches, Alexandria, DeRidder, no longer including Shreveport, Beaumont, Conroe, Houston, Galveston, El Campo. That is your tornado watch. Excuse me. I'm still suffering with a cold. I do expect a severe thunderstorm warning here. Soon by, I'm pretty sure it is Lake Charles. Yeah, National Weather Service Lake Charles. I do expect a severe thunderstorm warning in that area. Watching this rotation here as well, it's still weak, it's broad, but it is there and it is noticeable. And Galveston, you are dealing with the worst of it right now. I would love to know. I'm going to take a look at Texas Mesonet. Yes. Mesonet. I want wind. Okay, that is unhelpful information for this severe thunderstorm warning. Alright, let's go back to Lake Charles radar. So we only have one considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and that is for Beaumont and Starks area and Nederland. This is one area of rotation I'm looking at, and this is another area. Impressive. None of these are to the point where I expect a tornado at this current time, but they are to the point where it is worth watching really, really closely. This is the next area I am watching insanely. Nothing too crazy on normalized rotation, except right here. Normalized rotation is a little bit higher. Normalized rotation is just shear rate value on the local area. Also, while we have this, we have not shown these in a very long time. They're also not loading anymore. So I'm going to have to pull them up on a different site. Okay. Excuse me. I try not to cough on stream or sneeze. Number 10, you guys are fine. You guys are going to deal with some of the rain back behind. Oh, it is loading. Lovely. We just don't have anything on this. Little update on the fire. It's still burning insane. It shouldn't be a wildfire. We also have a little pucker right here, it looks like. It looks like we have two fires here. Oh. I'm going to pull up a wildfire map. I'm curious to see if we have a wildfire there. It doesn't look like that's wildfire. It looks like that's an individual a big structure fire. No, we don't have any report that it's wildfire or anything like that, which is really good news tonight. That fire will be out. If it's not by the time this storm gets to it, it'll be out when this storm, or just after the storm gets to it with some of the intense rain. I'm going to attempt to see if it is a 2-alarm or 3-alarm structure fire. Probably a bush fire. Structure fire, bush fire. It's one of the two, but it's producing heavy amounts of smoke to be on radar like this. It looks like we have two areas. One right here and the other right here. This is your two areas of fire. No, we're not doing wildfire coverage. Not really a wildfire we can do a lot of coverage on right now. We did coverage on Palisades a long time ago, but this considerable tornado warning. I was going to say that's going to produce. I just haven't gotten time to get to that because we've been covering that wildfire, that fire a little bit. So this is your new tornado warning for Hicks, North Fort Polk, Lancer, and South Leosville. So, we're not going to be paying attention to that wildfire. Obviously, this does take over all priority. We will still go down the line every 5 minutes or so, just to kind of get a feel on what we're seeing in other spots. So we know new tornado warning here, new tornado warning here. We don't have anything on the ground. We have at least had one tornado, or that I believe was a tornado. May have a tornado trying to develop right there. Unsure, but back to Lake Charles, Louisiana. Radar. We're keeping eyes on all of these radars from Houston to Shreveport because the tornadoes today spin up really fast. By the time you see it, they could very well easily be on the ground. We're also watching rotation west of Little Cypress. I think I called this town out like last stream or the stream before that. Can't remember. I know I called this town out a lot. We're very well not going to be using Houston much longer. We're at that point we can safely use this radar. So looking at these little frontal cells concerns me. The updrafts from that will get ingested into this severe thunderstorm. If you have any pocket of rotation in that storm and the line that hits it, or in this storm, they can combine and produce really easily. It's what we call cell mergers. Alright, let's get a capo radar. With this tight rotation, we don't have a tornado actively on the ground, but it would not surprise me here soon to see a tornado near North Fort Polk. Excuse me. There's the new scan. I think we are really close to a tornado being on the ground near North Fort Polk. Rotation moving towards radar, rotation moving away. So your darker rotation is moving away, your brighter green to blue is moving towards the radar. So that's when we don't really have much motion moving away from radar, you'll see it like this. Or in a storm like this, it'll be less obvious to someone not as experienced. But we still have that rotation there either way. And it's also what makes these dangerous to the general public as well. They may be knowledgeable enough, like green, red, tornado, not all the time. There's a lot of factors into that, obviously. But this is a lesser known fact, and that makes it so much dangerous. Because you may have someone experienced enough, like using WeatherWise or something, saying, oh, we're fine, there's no rotation. But that's your rotation there. And the fact that it's QLCS at night. It's going to be rain wrapped and it's nighttime. I'm going to keep bringing this up tonight, especially with how some of these storms could be. I've been within 1/4 of a mile from a tornado. Didn't even know it was on the ground. I knew I had some 80 mile per hour winds, 70 mile per hour winds feeding into the tornado. I I thought it was straight line wind. It was not. It was a tornado. It was nighttime and it was rain wrapped. There was a little bit of rotation on radar, but it wasn't too significant. That's why we treat all rotations as if they are tornadoes, because the situations that can happen from these storms. Also watching this area near Juanita. Here. Very tight rotation, I will say. We are now moving in to Calacasas Parish in Louisiana, which is the parish Lake Charles is in. Watching this rotation here, a little cypress. It is strong. I do expect it's kind of broadened. I do expect if it tries a little bit harder, you'll see a tornado warning. Also watching the RFD surge here in the south of Deweyville. That is going to do a lot of damage. But with it doing a lot of damage, give me a second to get this right. That RFD surge will surge into the tornado here. It's not on the ground there, it's not on the ground. And it'll cause tornado genesis easier. Also watching, base velocity seems a lot worse than it really is, but they might tornado warn that. And there you go. We were just talking about, I do believe they'll tornado warn this. There you go. Tornado warning, Little Cypress, Orange, and Vinton. You guys need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Do not wait to see the tornado. This is at night. And it is going to be rain wrapped. I did not mean to do that. Innermost inner part of your house in a sturdy building, avoid windows. If you're caught outdoors or in a mobile home, seek shelter in a sturdy building. If you're on the road, pull over, go to the closest store you can. If you have nowhere close to you, pull over and lay low in a ditch. Protect yourself like this from flying debris, so you're going to want to be like that in case of flying debris. Moving east at 40 miles per hour. At 8:02, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Pinehurst or near Orange, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Let's take a look at VWP. Coming from Lake Charles, Louisiana radar. Alright, so this is a tornado spamming QLCS show. That is your photograph. That is a very serious photograph. We're still seeing your storm motion vector. Your right moving storm motion vector. Excuse me. Your left moving storm motion vector is that. So again, very serious. And we're going to take a look at this 3D. Thankfully, we can do this. So a 3D view. You can kind of see how that twists up there. That is one. You'll see the difference in height and how it moves around. That is a very classic sign of rotation potential or tornadic potential as that line moves through. I'm going to kind of draw this in. We do have a new tornado warning. They are going to warn that southern portion of the thing, which I thought they would. So the phone's almost dead. Alright, let's get a capo radar. Here's your new 2020. They did warn the southern portion. Pitkin and Fullerton, you guys are now under this tornado warning until 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Do not wait till you see or hear the tornado. You will hear me repeat this every tornado warning. Enter most inner part of your house in a sturdy building, avoid windows. If you can be underground, basement, storm cellar, that is preferred. These are not tornadoes that will completely destroy your house. You may see your roof blown off, and maybe an outer wall collapse, but still you do not want to be outside in it, and you want to be away from windows, away from outer walls. So again, innermost inner part of your house in a sturdy building, avoid windows. If you are outdoors or in a mobile home, seek shelter in a substantial shelter. Mobile homes are the worst in tornadoes, and they will roll in an EF1 and be completely destroyed in an EF2. And those are tornadoes we kind of expect today, EF1s. Excuse me. So again, please, tornado safe place right now. Don't wait too soon. This is also at night. It's rain wrapped. So let's go back to Lake Charles, Louisiana. Watching this little Cypress radar. We do not have any tornadoes on the ground at this time. This does not mean 2 minutes later we won't see one. This means right now. So we detect debris by correlation coefficient. We're looking really low into the storm. So we'll be able to see if this one's producing pretty easily, because so how correlation coefficient works, it picks up on things that look the same. So raindrops, they look and have the same weight, not weight, but they're the same size almost. So we call the correlation. This is just basic math. Correlation, -1, 1. When we start getting closer to your negative, so when you get negative towards that, you'll kind of see like this, but it's not like this. We'll start looking closely, and if it lines up with velocity, spectrum width, normalized rotation, and reflectivity, we will call it a tornado. That is how we were able to believe we had a tornado earlier. Watching both of these areas, nothing too insane at this time. Rotation wise, I am watching this area here though. That is a really good area of rotation at this time. Let's go to K Houston. Our Houston radar, which we're going to get rid of. I don't see anything I can replace the radar to. We don't need it. Okay, we are getting rid of the Houston radar. And that rotation is a little tighter. So we're watching these two rotations. And this one right here, it's broad and weak. But that is your other rotation right there. Red's moving away. Green's moving towards. Right, and your center is your tornadic rotation. We're not seeing much from Shreveport. We're going to keep it open. New severe thunderstorm warning, which we're going to take a look at really quickly through KPO radar. And a brand new tornado warning. So we now have 4 tornado warnings active. Wow. I didn't expect that to get tornado warned, I'll be honest. Pitkin, Sugartown, Grant, towards Elizabeth. You guys now have a new tornado warning until 8:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 8:10, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado circuit near Rose Pine, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This is the one I'm most concerned about. We have a tornado on the ground. We do have a tornado in progress right now. This is going to be a brand new tornado warning. Okay, we're starting to pick up activity here. Give me 1 second. We'll get to that new tornado warning. This right here, we do have a tornado on the ground. Let's get a storm track on this. This is going to be to the north of Fullerton in 15 minutes. Fullerton, you need to be in a safe place right now. Do not wait till you see or hear this tornado. Alright, let's go to that new tornado warning with Lake Charles radar. This is going to be on the southern portion, I believe. Maybe up here for that. That is a very broad but very wide rotation. If it can put down, it'll put down really easily. Again, the National Weather Service does not have a confirmed tornado warning yet, but we are confirming that tornado. There you go. There's your new confirmed tornado warning right there. At 8:11, a confirmed tornado was located near Cravens, or 8 miles southeast of Fort Polk, moving east at 40. Damaging tornado source. Radar confirmed, which we did see that. Alright, let's get that new tornado warning. They did issue for the Starks rotation. It is really, really broad. But it is enough to get tornado warned. Your rotation's up right there. So Butler, Sulphur, Edgarly, you guys are under this tornado warning until 8:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Alright, let's go back up to Cape Po, where we do have a active tornado and a brand new tornado warning. So we are 6 tornado warnings deep right now. For this little rotation here, I am pretty sure this is just an extension off of this one, as the rotation's kind of moving a little bit more northeast than anticipated. A little bit more northerly than anticipated, but it's moving to the northeast. So, South Simpson, Temple, Cyper, Otis, you guys are under this tornado warning. And this tornado warning goes until 8:45 as well. 8:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. I do not believe that that tornado is on the ground. That is an embedded supercell. There, sometimes we'll get Kingston Line. That is an embedded supercell. We may have a new rotation trying to develop on that area there too. This is a very clearly embedded supercell. Save image radar only. Saving that for the inner geek in me. Alright, let's go back south to your other tornado warnings. Lake Charles. Do we have anything else? Right here, we're watching that area rotation. That might get tornado warned with what they did up here. Starks. This one will probably get tornado warned. It's small, but it is rotation. There we go. That's the correct one. So there's that for you guys. These are your other 2 tornado warnings, your rotations. Here and here. That right there is both of your paths. Let's get a timing track on these. Edgarly, 10 minutes out. You need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Do not wait to see or hear this tornado. And your other tornado warning, really not going to impact much until Lake Charles. Lake Charles, you need to be ready to go in your safe place. You need to prepare, get that bathroom ready, get that mattress in there, get your helmets. We also have a new confirmed tornado warning. On this rotation, here, that is your tornado right there. Radar confirmed tornado near Slaggle. Yeah, that would have been it. This rotation is kind of becoming more disorganized, but an impressive hook on that. Your Sugartown rotation. Your Sugartown storm. That's your tornadic rotation right there. It's kind of moving to the southeast, southeast towards Elizabeth. You guys need to be in a tornado safe place there in Elizabeth. Leesville, North Fort Polk. You guys come out of your tornado safe place, but those are the only areas at this time. Let's go back south to Lake Charles. Orange, you can come out of your tornado safe place. Starks, you can come out of your tornado safe place. That's your rotation, and that's your rotation. I'm not seeing anything else in the line that screams to me tornado potential at this time, except that one little area, but it has died off. We're going to wait on another velocity scan here. Still have some rotation to the south of Vinton and heading towards Edgarly. But let's go back to your confirmed tornado warnings. So you're 4 and within this area. Your tornado has dissipated on both of them. I do not believe we have a tornado with either of these at this time. Also going to watch this area near Fullerton as that surge starts happening. You'll see your rotation try to tighten up. I said this is the tornado spamming area. We're also watching some rotation near Longville. Let's go and wait for velocity to update before we try to call these out. 6 active tornado warnings, which will be scrolling at the bottom of your screen at this time. That's your rotation there. Some rotation near Longville. Might get tornado warned soon. Excuse me. Gorham. We are watching some rotation there. Montgomery. We are watching some rotation there. And that is all of the rotation areas along this line at that time. And then down here we're watching that one. Some right here. And again, Longville, you still have that rotation showing up on this radar as well. Excuse me. I do want to mention, even though that tornado threat's there, we're also looking at this RFD surge. The RFD surge, even though it's not exactly a tornado, it is still just as dangerous as a tornado, because that is the outflow winds moving the RFD surge winds, outflow winds, moving into the storm, into the rotation. You need a balance of outflow, inflow. If you have too much outflow, that provides a boundary, and your inflow winds can't get through that boundary. Easy. So you have to have balance there. Good. Excuse me. Going back to Capo Raider or Fort Polk. Hicks, you need to stay in your safe place for about until 6:25. Until 6:25, Hicks. Fort Polk, you guys come out of your safe place. Fullerton, stay in your safe place. Sugartown, Pitkin, and Grant, stay in your safe place. Excuse me. Also, I want to mention that your tornado watch in this area does include wording for intense tornadoes. I don't quite understand that one. Sorry. A few tornadoes likely with an intense couple of intense tornadoes possible. Wow. We are also up to 7 tornado warnings. Okay, yeah, they finally warned this temple, North Temple rotation. I was not expecting 7 active tornado warnings at the same time tonight, but, you know, that's fine. Five active tornado warnings here, and then your other 2, let's take a look at those really quickly. And 8 active tornado warnings. So, South Lake Charles, Prion, Carless, Grand Lake, you are now under a tornado warning. North Hackleberry, you guys are now under a tornado warning. Innermost center part of your house in a sturdy building, avoid windows. If you are outdoors or in a mobile home, seek shelter in a substantial shelter. That does, mobile homes will flip easy and fast. EF1s will flip a mobile home. EF2 will pretty much completely destroy a mobile home. And if you have no place to go at all, so that, I mean, we're watching this closely. That might be a tornado on the ground. No. It kind of matches up with velocity, though. So we may have a tornado on the ground near Carless, southwest of Carless, southeast of Vinton. We'll wait until the National Weather Service calls that. Let's go back to Cape Ritter, where we have 6 tornado 6 active tornado warnings. Wow. in this area. So this is going to get a little bit difficult to look at, so please excuse it. Fullerton, you need to be in your tornado safe place a little bit longer. Probably give it about 10 minutes. Hicks, you can come out of your tornado safe place. Simpson, you can come out of your tornado safe place. Temple, stay in your tornado safe place. Hutton, you can come out of your tornado safe place. Flatwood, stay in your tornado safe place. This new tornado warning will go until 8:45 and 9 o'clock, respectively. So Hinston, Kalikasu, Otis, Melder, you guys need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Do not wait too soon. We're here. Excuse me. Alright, let's go back south here to Lake Charles, where we do have 3 tornado warnings. Wow. We're watching, again, this area on the southern rotation, which I do think is more prominent than that northern rotation at this time. We have downgraded to 1 observed tornado warning, which I do think will be downgraded to 0 here soon. I think they may cancel this tornado warning here. Oh, we don't have any debris signatures at this time with any of these, which is really good news. We do have... I'm going to remove warnings just for a second, because there are so many. I just want to point this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rotations along this entire line. Now we're going to add tornado warnings to that. 6 warned tornado warnings at this time. 6 warned of these rotations along that portion of the line itself. We're also watching near Longville as well, so that becomes 7 pretty easily. I want to point out, we're looking about 5,000 feet in the air, and that rotation near Edgarly is impressive at 5,000 feet. Really impressive for the type of rotation that we got. Oh, did not mean that. But that's your tornado there. Tornadic rotation. There is no active tornado warning. We are up to 9 tornado warnings at this time. 9 tornado warnings. We still have this wildfire, by the way. Or whatever fire this is. It itself will be dying within the next hour, hour and a half because of this storm. So I do want to point that out. That is an artifact of smoke. Sorry about that. And this is your other rotation right here, which we're going to put there. I do not think North Lake Charles will have a tornado warning. I do have minor, very minor rotation right over Butler, but it is not significant to the point to where I'm going to give you guys information on it, because it's weak enough. Also, there you go. It's weak enough where it's irrelevant, but it is kind of starting to get my attention. Let's go back up here. They have dropped the confirmed tornado warning, so we are back to regular tornado warnings here. Sorry, I've got something down on my bottom screen that I'm looking at. Watching rotation there as well. I do expect a continuation of this tornado warning towards Glenmora, Oakdale, all of Elizabeth, Turley Creek. Oh, or no. I don't quite agree with, I don't quite agree with it, but they did cancel that tornado warning, so picking you got to destroy a safe place. I am looking at that now, too. That is from your old tornado. I do want to point out, this just really got tornadic fast. Watching some rotation right here as well. A lot of rotations throughout this line. Again, this is a QLCS, so you'll see a lot of rotation in a lot of areas in a real quick amount of time. This one, I think it was what, 7 minutes after the first tornado warning, we saw like 6 tornado warnings. Okay, I want to get another velocity scan on that, and I figure they'll put a tornado warning for that. We're down to 5 tornado warnings, which is really good. So I want to point out, this is really starting to pick up steam again. Very, very impressive hook echo. Very impressive hook. And there's that is impressive right there. That would be something we see with a regular supercell. I do believe this is an embedded supercell tonight. I do believe this is embedded supercell. We have about 45 minutes until this fire really starts dying off because the storm. I keep trying to go to Lake Charles radar. Also, really, really good news. We are down to 4 tornado warnings. I can breathe a little bit now. I can breathe again. When you get up there to 8, 9 tornado warnings, it's like, it's a lot of information you have to relay. Thankfully, they're all such close together. Watching some rotation to the south of Linder. Again, Hicks, you guys are fine. Temple, Simpson, you guys are good. But if you're ahead of this line, obviously you need to be in your safe place. If you are to the east of this black line, you need to be in your tornado safe place. So that east of that black line, stay in your tornado safe place. So, alright, we're going to go through this whole line. We have a little bit of time to breathe. We're going to go through the entire line. Look for any areas of rotation that might get tornado warned. Also, admire this beautiful view. I'm gonna look at something really quick. When was it? 1 scan, 2 scan, 3 scan, 4 scan, 5 scan. Within 16 scans, so that would be from 25 minutes from your first tornado warning, we saw 9 tornado warning issuances. Wow. I'm watching some rotation here to the southeast of Verda. Going south towards Lena. We do have some rotation there to the west of Zimmerman. Going into your tornado warning, I have some broad rotation right here. And some broad rotation right here. Going south into your others rounding, you have some rotation here. And rotation here. Watching rotation here very closely. Some rotation here and here. So we have 2 areas of rotation on that part of the line. Not really any rotation in here. Maybe some trying to develop near Dry Creek. And as we go back south towards Lake Charles, rotation here near Carlos. Let's go and bring this red square in here. Rotation here and here. And some rotation right here, but it doesn't really exactly match up much. This is the evolution of this line. So again, South Lake Charles, you are under tornado warning, including software. You guys need to stay in your tornado safe place. Your southern tornado warning here is until 9 p.m. This one is until 8:45. Now going back, your south tornado warning remains in effect until 9, and your north tornado warning remains for the next 5 minutes. And no tornadoes on the ground as of this time. As of this time is really good news. Let's take a look at Shreveport radar, which is just becoming a nuisance to us. Probably going to be able to close out of it here. We're a lot further than I thought we'd be by about 9 o'clock, but we're also doing really good. I do not really expect tornadoes here. I really don't. I know that's part tornado watched, but okay, let's go back to Cape Polk Radar, which is on these tornado warnings here. So the Cyper, Otis, Linder, Hinston, Kalkasu, and Melder radar tornado warnings. Not really much. I think you'll get that northern tornado warning here. If they don't let it go to the end of time, that'll probably be canceled, but they may let it go to the end of time just to be on the safe side. And this area of rotation, just these 2 areas, I don't quite think these are tornadic enough for tornado warning. We also, unless that's on, okay, yeah, it's on the Glenmore, West Glenmore rotation. Okay. Okay, I agree with this tornado warning, 100%. Until 9:15 at 8:40 p.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Elizabeth moving east at 45 mile per hour. Radar indicated rotation. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. And if you have no else place to go, get into a ditch, wait until the heavy rain gets past you, and you'll be fine. Alright, we're going to take a minute. I gotta go use the restroom and stock up on something right in my mini fridge. We'll take just about a minute and a half. Alright, we are back. Sorry about that, everyone. Watching that really closely. See, that right there is a radar artifact. That is not a tornado. Although if it continues, that's going to be a little bit concerning to me. I want to get another radar scan here soon on this. That is an artifact that is not a tornado. Again, that's not a tornado. Lender, you can come out of here trying to safe place. Yeah, no. That was an artifact that was not a tornado, thankfully. We're watching this storm, though, down here. Excuse me. South of Lake Charles, near Priene. Carlos, you can come out of here trying to safe place. You guys are fine. Grand Lake, Prian, and South Lake Charles, you need to stay in your turn safe place. Other than that, Carlos, you guys can commit to your turn safe place. You guys are fine. The tornado threat has passed you. The severe weather threat has passed you. You are going to be dealing with a little bit of wind and a little bit of rain. So this back here, this is just rain. Fairpoint. Fairpoint National Weather Service. Fairpoint. I keep doing that. Oh, that just developed here in the let. I did say Zimmerman. I did point that rotation out, so. I do agree. We also have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Lake Charles, by the way. Still South Lake Charles. You're in that tornado warning. Right? At this time, we do not have a tornado on the ground, but if this, we could see a tornado with that pretty soon. So, ignore these triangles. These are TVS signatures. I keep them on here for a reason. It's an AI system. Not really AI, but it takes all information, kind of AI, and combines, thinks that there's rotation there. Sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not. And that wouldn't be surprising if that was trying to tornado as we speak. I'm going to wait on the new... There we go. Oh, there we go. Excuse me, everyone. That's your new velocity. And so here's your tornadic rotation north of Kaukasu. Let's get a storm track on this one. Melder within very, very soon. Very soon, Melder. Within 5 minutes. Up here, we're watching this rotation. Let's get the storm track for this. If that's your storm track, why issue it north than this? I do expect a tornado warning, because I'm pretty sure... I do expect a tornado warning for that. This right here. Or they may try to warn it about right here. One of the two, they're going to warn that. Lake Charles, Shreveport. Okay. Got Lake Charles, Louisiana radar here. We're going to wait on the velocity scan. There we go. I'm just going to say we were going to wait, but there is no need to wait anymore. We have some broad rotation up here, west of Prian. And some rotation down here that might get tornado warned soon. We're also watching, we've been watching the smoke for a long time. This is a fire, bushfire, wildfire, something, structure fire maybe. We don't have an exact on that. We just know it's some sort of fire. And that's smoke being detected by a radar. So radar has a beam that goes like this. But with the Earth curvature, it's like that. And the radar is picking up that smoke. That is very dense, very, very dense smoke, and very high smoke. So we're watching this area rotation here. To the south of Colfax, Triola, Bentley, and Dry Pong. However, you guys need to be in a safe place. Colfax, you can get away with being outside your tornado safe place. Your tornado threat has passed. And more than likely, your severe threat has passed as well. I take an area of rotation west of Oberlin. Let's move back to Lake Charles radar. I placed that perfectly. You can see in here. Now we have a hook. It looks more like that, by the way. But I finally went to the right radar. There you go. There's your extension. Back to Lake Charles, Louisiana. Wait. Part of your smoky area is now under the tornado warning. Also, I want to point out, when this storm gets to about right here or whatever, if it is tornadic, this smoke will kind of change direction towards inflow. If it's tornadic at that exact spot. They have extended this tornado warning for Iowa, Hayes, and parts of Welsh, West Welsh, Bell City. Again, South Lake Charles, you are under this tornado warning with Perian as well. Okay, let's go back to Cape Radar, where we have 3 tornado warnings, and there you go. Good job, Shreveport. And there's your rotation right there. They have some rotation north of Melder, to the north of Melder. Rotation south of Melder. So that is your 2 tornadic rotations in that tornado warning there. What? Glenmora. Unless they're thinking this right here, I don't know what they mean, tornado on the ground. Anyways, confirmed tornado with this storm. Innermost inner part of your house in a sturdy building, avoid windows. Wow. Avoid windows outdoors or in a mobile home. Seek shelter in a substantial shelter. Protect yourself from line debris. And if you have no place to go, get into a low-lying ditch and wait until the heavy rain has passed you. And I give you the all clear. Ah. Ah. I don't think that's a tornado, but it is the National Weather Service. We're going to respect what they think. They are professional. They are more professional. They also have a lot more years of experience than I do, so we're going to trust what they say. Also, watching this area of rotation right here as it exits, I do expect another tornado warning. Kind of South Alexandria, Willow Glen, and Woodworth. I do expect a tornado warning in that area. And for this rotation right here, a new tornado warning for Ball, Tioga area. Yeah, there you go. Oh, well, that is a lot bigger than I anticipated. A lot bigger. Alexandria, Labuse, Colon, Echo, Lecomte, Woodworth, Willow Glen, Alexandria, Tygo, Ball, Labuse. Oh, they're probably doing it that far north for this rotation, I think. Oh, that is your brand new tornado warning. Alright, let's go back to your confirmed tornado warning. Excuse me. And that right there is your tornadic rotation. And some rotation down here near Oakdale. Excuse me. Wow. And this is what happens when temperature swings happen so much where you live. So that's your rotation right now. We have been monitoring the smoke for a very long time. Carlos, you guys are no longer under tornado warning. Pre-in, you can come into your tornado safe place, and south Lake Charles from Interstate 210. From Interstate 210 west to northwestward of Lake Charles can come into your tornado safe place. Other than that, you guys need to stay in your safe place if you are in Haines, Iowa, and Welsh. Or West Welsh, excuse me. Excuse me, everyone. We're now down to 4 tornado warnings with 1 confirmed. Here we go. This is correct radar. It only took me a minute. So we're watching this rotation here to the south of Creola. Watching this rotation here too. Before we start, I'm gonna wait until the next velocity scan. I'm not doing that again. Some rotation on the back side of it. Not too bad. So this, how this rotation works is you just have your inflow, outflow. So there you go. There we go. That's your tornado rotation right here, as well near to the east of Oakdale. And Oberlin, a new tornado warning. I did not even notice this got issued. I think we called this town out a little bit a while ago. When it was right there. We called this out. No tornado on the ground with it. However, this area right here has some, I'd say, strong rotation right there. So I was trying to look at some off-screen information on this side right here, like where my head is essentially. Now we're going to wait on the next velocity scan here so I can say something about this. Last time I say anything, every time I see something on a velocity scan that's a little later, which velocity comes in just a little later than reflectivity because calculation of wind speed, wind direction, all that. But that is some tornadic rotation right there that I am really worried about. Really worried about getting tornado warned here soon. Near Fenton. Which we will take a look at it through Lake Charles. It's not really close on the low levels. 72 mile per hour wind gust. 10 minutes ago, Lake Charles. That should be 12 minutes ago. Now. .72 mile per hour. I'm watching this area. I think it's trying to bow out. I think your tornadic portion of this right here. But there's going to be a pocket of heavy wind here. Strong wind at that. Alright, let's go back to Capo. Watching this rotation right here as well. This is tornado warned rotation. And rotation there. We'll get storm tracks on all of these in just a minute. The rotation here has weakened slightly. Creola, stay in your safe place for 5 minutes. Bentley, stay in your safe place for 5 minutes. And you guys will be fine. That's your tornadic rotation right there on this. Alright, let's go ahead and get storm tracks. We've had this storm tracked for a while. This one's a little bit different than most of these, so... Ball, 5 minutes, safe place now. Ball, you need to be in a safe place right now. You guys have 5 to 10 minutes till impact. All of these are in 15-minute increments, so 15, 30, 45, hour. Your second rotation here, which has just broadened out, or really broadened out there. Willow Glen in less than 10 minutes. We will enter Avoyelles County in 30 minutes. Vic in 45 minutes. And in an hour, we will be in portions of LaSalle County. Or LaSalle Parish, excuse me. These are parishes, not counties. We have rotation here. Which I do believe gets another tornado warning. Probably... Probably right there would be your new tornado warning. If they don't do that, they will definitely do it like this. So that'd be your other tornado warning. One of those, they will, regardless, they are going to have to reissue this because of the tight rotation there. We also have tight rotation to the south of that one. That one was northwest of Turkey Creek. This one's to the southwest of Turkey Creek. Here in Turkey Creek, 5 minutes. We also have some rotation right there in the center. Three areas of rotation. 3 areas in this, within, I'd say, 5 to 10 miles of each other. And then your rotation here near southwest of Turley Creek. So you have northwest, west, and then southwest. That's what we're going to be referring to those rotations as. That is not rotation. A little bit of rotation here near Oberlin, east of Oberlin. Currently along State Highway 26 in Allen Parish. And then we go to the southern tornado warning here. The rotation's right here. It's really weak. It's really broad. I do expect them to cancel this tornado warning soon. They just updated it, by the way. But that's that rotation. So that is all your rotations and a new tornado warning, as I expected, to be extended here. So Whiteville, Murrow, Gordo, Cottonport, Bunkie, Mansura, Marksville, Echo, Cheneyville, St. Landry, excuse me, Pine Prairie, and Turley Creek. You guys are now under this tornado warning, and this tornado warning goes until 9:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. We could have a strong tornado in this area. The environment kind of supports a strong tornado or two. Okay, on a second. I'm gonna. Oh, I may be able to get some B-roll footage. I don't know. 1 second. I need B-roll footage for a video I'm doing for you guys. If I can, that'll probably only take me like 10-15 minutes max. If I have to leave for it. So just be aware. Let me leave just a few. Alright, I'm gonna start music again. My music just quit. Okay, we're back. A lot of tornado warnings here. We're still having to use 2 radar areas. Glenmora, Oakdale, Oberlin. You guys can come out of your tornado safe place. Creola, you can come out of your tornado safe place as well. Pollock. Stay in your safe place for about 5 minutes. 4 or 5 minutes. As we go south to Lake Charles. I believe we will not have to be taking this radar view much longer. I may be wrong. We do have a little bit of rotation there. We're not really seeing that smoke change direction much. It's also streaming upward into this like that. That's probably what's happening. So on top of nighttime rain wrapped, it is also going to be smoky. It's not good for spotting a tornado. So I'm watching this area really closely. I don't know quite yet if they will produce a if they will issue a tornado warning for it. Watching it closely, but if they do, that fire will be tornado warned. I am undecided if they'll issue on that or not. We'll just play it and wait until they issue. We do have some rotation to the south of Ball now. Other than that, Pollock, you guys can come into your tornado safe place now. I know I said 5 minutes, but you guys are fine. I saw they canceled tornado warning, so I wanted to see which one it was. Okay, that's not a tornado debris signature. So again, we have 2 primary rotations. Here and here. Little rotation here. So we have 3 areas along this part of the line that is rotating in the singular tornado warning. That's why you have such a longer, longer tornado warning north-south wise than usual. Right, looks more like a square than anything. That's heading towards Cheneyville, probably in 3-4 minutes. 2-3 minutes, excuse me. I do believe they will excuse me, cancel this tornado warning for Pollock, Creola, and Bentley soon. You guys can come into your transfer place. If you are to the east of, excuse me, to the west of United States Highway 165 in Grant Parish. So if you are in Grant Parish along and west of United States Highway 165, you guys can come to your tornado site place. And they have removed Pollock, Bentley, and Creola from that tornado warning as well. Alright, let's move back down here. We're watching just this pocket of rotation that died. We have a little bit of new rotation here. I do expect this tornado warning to be allowed to cancel in 12 minutes. If not, they let it go. Iowa, you guys come out of your tornado safe place. I gotta put that in a trash can. Some non-apparent rotation right here. Just non-apparent at this time. Very, very mild rotation. Not strong. Not strong at all. Very weak. Also watching this rotation near Cheneyville. Which it is heading right for Cheneyville, actually. Excuse me. Might be about to produce a tornado there. We're also watching this rotation to the north of Bayou Chico, heading towards St. Landry, and will be out of the warning in 30 minutes. However, it'll be sorry for any background noise you guys hear. Now let's go back to Lake Charles, where I do expect the tornado warning to be allowed to expire. They did issue a tornado warning on this rotation. I figured they would. Your fire is now tornado warned, by the way. So this fire is tornado warned. Has a tornado warning before me in 2026. I was only 20 miles from a tornado warning, but I had to go to school. I would have left school to chase it, but can't really do that. Because I want to save that for in case of big time tornado. But I was only 20 miles from a tornado warning here in 2026. I call that a plus. Not strong rotation, but very decent rotation right here. Let's get a storm track on this rotation. It's going to be moving to the east-southeast at 45 miles per hour. That is your tornadic rotation right there. Again, this is a fire. We will be losing sight if this fire is still active. I don't think it will be after this rain and possible tornado hit it. Your tornadic portion of this line, however, is not moving towards it, but your fire itself is tornado warned. Alright, let's go back north. I want to kind of zoom like that. Perfect. That rotation's still there. Let's storm track this from storm motion this. I do not expect Rogers to get a tornado warning here. It is possible. I just do not expect such issuance tonight by the National Weather Service. Some rotation right here to the east. I'm going to wait till the next velocity scan before I say something. We also have a new tornado warning, and they are extending it. Okay. I think I understand this one. Jennings within 15 minutes. Out of the warning in 40 minutes. Mermentu in 22 minutes. Welsh, Jennings, Evangeline, Lake Arthur, Morris, and Etherwood. Esserwood. I think it's Etherwood. Etherwood. In 32 minutes. Crowley in 45 minutes if it can continue. Also, possible tornado over the lake. Over the ocean, excuse me. We're watching this line through this area here. I believe has tornado potential through that area. We're probably only going to be live till midnight because we come right back at 8 o'clock. I believe 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. I want to check 0ZH I understand we have a tornado warning. I feel confident to do this. Okay, we're going to take a look at 0ZH in this area to kind of get a good idea as to what time we'll stream. This is at 1 a.m. We'll probably end here. It kind of weakens off, then we start seeing that tornado threat pick up. This is at 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll probably go live at 9 and end around 2 p.m. tomorrow. Also, I want to fix that real quick. So, our tornado threat tomorrow. I could see a tornado, but that's your tornado threat tomorrow. And your significant tornado threat is that area there. That is where I think if you have a significant tornado, it will be supercell composite and significant tornado parameter. Just I got a pivotal weather really quickly. HRRR. Zero. In this area here, I want parameter severe weather. Reflectivity. I want to take a sounding right there. And then we're going to take a look here at sig-tor parameter. So at 2 o'clock, looks like your sig-tor threat is there. Alright, let's go back to radar. So we'll go live around 9-10 a.m. I'm gonna have to miss church for it, but gotta understand. I'm an essential worker. Essentially. Thankfully, my church streams on Facebook. Alright. Here, tornadic portion of this line moving east, chat. I do expect a new warning. I do expect that to be a new tornado warning right there for Chattinger. You guys have 15 minutes. This is your time now to go ahead and take your tornado precautions. I know you're not under a tornado warning. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions because that is going to be reissued a tornado warning. And you probably have... Okay, so... They did allow that one to expire. I do believe they are typing up a new warning because that is some tight rotation. Chattinger, I would still take your transit place until this kind of passes you. And with that, we are down to 4 tornado warnings. For how long? I don't know. So I'm going to be updating this. This was only... So this view right here, I'm going to give you a little background, was only supposed to start March 1st. But with kind of the tornadoes expected today and tomorrow, I went ahead and said, we're using this today. We'll start using this today. So that's a little background on this view. And it looks really good. So that's your tornadic rotation there. Your bunky. We're going to move down to Lake Charles. Your fire has now been overtaken. You can see here how your change to before the fire, you had your wind change a little bit there. Excuse me. So that fire should be out soon. We're not going to know, but... Watching that pocket of rotation right there, it's really weak. Let's storm track this. Motion from warning. This is moving towards Forked Island and intra-coastal city. Excuse me. Alright, we're now back up to 5 tornado warnings. Oh, by the way, there you go. There you go. Oh, this is your brand new tornado warning for Chattanooga, Point Blue, Memo, Villa Plate, Point Blue, Lido, Lawtell, Opelousas, and Washington. That's your new tornado warning there. Excuse me, everyone. So, Vic, I do expect another tornado warning for you. I'm pretty sure we're about to hit a point where it's like Charles to Jackson, I'm pretty sure. This may be Shreveport still. Oh yeah, it's Shreveport. Jackson must take over. Where does Jackson take over? I'm gonna pull that up really quickly. I'm just curious as to where NWS Jackson's takes over. This is Jackson right here. This right here is Jackson. So, that's pretty cool. Or that should be Jackson anyways. Yeah, that does start Jackson. That's what I thought. So we'll go from Shreveport, Lake Charles, and so Jackson. And so we'll see a tornado warning multiple on this. I'm pretty sure that is what's going to happen tonight. I also do want to mention the threat of significant tornadoes are there tonight. Also, we are going to be making a video. Give us 1 second. I'm not going to continue that thought. Excuse me. Oof. Alright, so this is your new mesoscale discussion. Threat for Tornado Watch number 6 continues. This does go until 10. I do expect they kind of move that tornado warning a little bit. Tornado Watch to the south just a bit. The severe threat will be maximized in parts of south central Louisiana for the next couple hours within Tornado Watch number 6. That area is right here. Your tornado threat based off of this right now is here. Peak intensity for tornadoes is 100 to 130, and wind is 55 to 70. Alright, back to tornadoes. Back to radar. I am working on the spring forecast, so what I think this whole spring, we're going to give it to you a little bit here. Late start, active year, not as active as last year, 2024. There you go. There you go. As I thought. You may see a tornado warning look like this here soon. That'll be your next tornado warning right there. And then this weather office will take over and do something with theirs. Three severe thunderstorm warnings, 1, 2, and 3, with 6 tornado warnings. I'm trying to keep you guys up to date on all of this. It's like Shreveport. 7,000 versus 7,000. Okay, I'm not going to be using that radar anymore. So we still have these 6 tornado warnings. So let's get in depth with them again. I don't know, before we do that, right now we're looking from this area to this area for tornado potential. And that's our area that we're watching closely. Anything above this, you just really don't have its ability. Which, that reminds me, SPC mesoanalysis can be useful at this point to determine this. Which I can tell you by radar presentation, that's correct, but here you guys go. Where are you at? You have a lot of vorticity up here. After that, you don't really have much in the way. We're going to go look at Cape, shift spaced. And you have your surface-based Cape here. We're going to go to most unstable Cape. Which is marked with red. That is that. So that's, you don't have a lot of instability up further north, which is why about right here is why you're not really seeing much severe storms, because you don't have the instability you would need. Some storms can create their own lift. Usually these storms right here do. These are the storms that create their own lift. Alright, now let's get super in depth because I can now. That's tornadic rotation number 1. It's going to be moving off to the east and northeast towards New Era, Acme, Vic. You have some rotation here near Cottonport, not crazy. rotation near Point Blue to the north. Moving east towards Washington and Oculus. Switching over to Lake Charles radar. Rotation here. Here. So you got two areas right there. They are moving east-southeast, and going a little bit further south, we do have some broad rotation that has encompassed a fire. This was a fire. That fire's probably out now. Here, and that's moving to the east-southeast. Let's make sure we're correct here. Not a lot of towns in this tornado warning, so I haven't really paid much attention to this. I'm going to see how many people's in this warning. Okay, sorry about that. They did cancel that southern tornado warning, so your fire is no longer tornado warned. Good job, fire. You intercepted the tornado before I did. So 3 tornado warnings. Yay! Yeah, so tornadic rotation to the west of Chattanooga, moving towards Lido, and Washington Opelousas, something. I don't know how to pronounce that. And then going up towards Marksville. That's your very broad rotation. Just very broad. That's your rotation right there. New era in 30 minutes. 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, 3 tornado warnings. Also, I do believe this is kind of dying off a little bit. Your instability starting to lack, which would be really good. Really good. There we go. So we, to the south of Vic, to the north of Marksville, you had that tornadic rotation. I do expect Jackson to issue their tornado warning. I don't expect the Shreveport to issue a tornado warning. Alright, so this is Jackson, Lake Charles, Shreveport. So that's that. Alright, let's get back to tornadoing. All tornado warnings expire in 10 and 12, 11 minutes. So Vic, we're watching this area really closely. Let's bring it back to Lake Charles, Louisiana radar, which we're going to be focusing on through these. So to the south of Jenna, all to the south of Jenna, I do believe has your tornado threat. To the north, I'm questioning your tornado chances to the north. I'm not saying that you can't have a tornado. I just doubt the tornado chances at this time. As of this time, I'm doubting your chance of a tornado. But I want to get a KPO radar before we analyze that southern rotation to kind of show you do have some rotation here. Like I said, to the south of Jenna, it would be your tornado threat. And as these storms kind of move their ways, some rotations are moving southeast. Some rotations are moving southeast. Some of them are moving northeast. With that, as they're going their independent ways, your rotation here, I don't think it'll last past notches. I also just got a wind report. 911 call center. A tree's down. I have not heard this song in a long time since it leaked. Lido rotation is a little bit impressive to me. That is somewhat impressive. So that is the rotation we're really worried with at this point. Kind of moving in that general direction. Ville Platte, Point Blue, Chattinger. You guys can come out of your safe place. Washington, Opelousas, and Lido. You guys need to stay in your tornado safe place. Lido for 5-6 minutes. Washington, Opelousas. Alright, I'm Google translating this. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Opelousas. Nice. Okay, we're gonna make a mental note of that. Sorry about that, everyone. So, Opelousas. You guys need to stay in your safe place. Going to Lake Charles radar on this. They may continue it on this, but please don't. If you're the National Weather Service Lake Charles, please don't. Let it go. I think you'll get an extension for Jackson in this, and that'll be it for the extensions. The Tornado Watch is like this. I do expect them to cut it down to this soon, south of that. And your Tornado Watch really is just in this area here. We're probably not going to go to the expiration of this Tornado Watch again. We're going to go at it early in the morning for the new for Florida. We're running out of daytime heating in this area. Alright, let's remove our watch. And move to... I keep doing that. Move to this radar here, where we do have some broad rotation. I don't know if they're going to re-extend it, but this one I do honestly expect. Port Bar, Washington, Palmetto, Krotz Springs, and Shelbourne to be put in a tornado warning, as Leonville as well. That is a strong rotation in that area with that rotation. So we may only be down to one tornado warning here soon, which will be really good. A little bit of hail in here. Doesn't look too serious. About less than a penny-sized hail. Still around pea-sized hail at this point. I'm going to take a look at special weather statements. You do have the potential for me to leave here in for some B-roll footage. I don't know. I think I'm about to be under a special weather statement for cold air funnels. Give me 1 second. The Tale of Oklahoma. Cold air funnels. Of course my music stops. Okay, no, I'm fine. They don't really have many special weather statements on this. It's just the tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warnings here along this part of the cell line. I'm doubting every issuance here. I do believe that these two warnings allowed to expire. Also, Vic and Marksville, you guys come into your turn to safe place now. Jennings, Evelynge, Egan, Mermintu, new tornado warning, and that will be the extension, which I did anticipate this. A little bit off put, but that's cool. Washington in 10 minutes. Again, you guys need to be in your safe place anyways. So Port Bar, Krotz Springs. I'm also forgetting we switched to New Orleans. There. I keep... Morning forecast offices are horrible. Palmetto, Melville, Elba, and Woodside. You guys are now under a tornado, as well as Le Moyen. So this new this new tornado warning does go until 10:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. 10:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. I do not expect any of these other areas to get extended. Let's go back down to Lake Charles radar. You might get a tornado warning there, and I'm not sure yet. Excuse me. We will have room to breathe here soon, which will be really nice. So, I'm not really going to pay attention to these others. I am going to be on this view for the next minute. Kind of curious as to what they do with this storm. One tornado warning! Yay! It feels good to be able to say that we are one tornado warning and 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. That is really, really good news tonight. So we're going to have a primary focus on your tornado warning here. However, we will go through the line. I'm thinking of every 3 minutes, or every radar scan, because we're probably about Assumption Parish. We'll have to switch to HDC radar. We're looking at 4,000 feet, so Point Goopy. We'll switch over to alright. Really? Okay. We're gonna pull up. One second while I pull up this new radar. It's dying. Cold air funnel potential. If you guys look, you'll see this little thing right here, LIX radar. This is no longer operational. Probably about the start, at the end of these tornado warnings, we'll probably keep a good view on HDC radar. Other than that, that would be it. I need to have some rotation on this one, but we're gonna go to Cape Polk radar. And then we're gonna pull up HDX around Vicksburg. I can't remember where it was. Right here. Covering a tornado through that area back in 2023. I remember that. Washington area here. You have that tornado warning. We're going to be about crossing United States Highway 71 in about 12 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes, 12 minutes. 10 to 12 minutes. So I'm trying to keep up to date on what I saw on the INX radar, which is Tulsa. Radar. Kind of just keeping an eye on it. We got some rotation south of Crowley as well. Alright, let's go and do a view across the whole board here. Once we get to the Mississippi line, we will go ahead and go into HDX. So we're gonna have 4 radars open again. There's a little bit of rotation right here to the north of Serena. I doubt we see a tornado warning from it at this time. We do still have rotation here. I figured they'd reissue this tornado warning. I did not figure they'd reissue this warning, excuse me. But they might issue another one soon. Nothing too crazy along the line. That's not rotation, so ignore that. Here, tornadic rotation here, and then tornadic rotation here. Okay, Instagram, I get it. And then switching to LCX radar. Okay, I don't agree with this tornado warning. I really don't. There will be times where I will disagree with National Weather Service, and this is one of those. I just don't agree. 3 tornado warnings, and we will possibly very soon be 4 warnings in. I guess. Forked Islands, you need to be in your safe place right now. This tornado warning, all tornado warnings that are currently active go until 10:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Current time is 10:07. Or, if you're looking at the bottom of your screen, 22:07. I'd love to get that out of military time, but watching that rotation over Crowley. I mean, And I'll try to see if we have any damage photo or something like that. So I'm going to go silent for about a minute, 2 minutes. So... I'm seeing a little bit of drama on Twitter. I was just tagged. I think it's a fair point. With QLCS tornadoes, they spin up really fast. So you want to have warnings on your smaller rotations. But with some of the weakest rotations you'll ever see, warning those comes to your cry wolf effect. I think severe thunderstorm warnings, like this one right here, this one doesn't need a tornado warning. I don't agree with it. I was just tagged on that though, and it's like, why? Well, it is a very valid point. Cry wolf effect is there, really there, but it's like, these things spin up so fast, I'd rather warn them. I just... That is horrible. Well, let's get a capo radar here. Now this one has had persistent rotation for a long time. I agree with this one. I could also not agree anymore on this. Oof. Yep, we're at that point. We're going to do another scan down the line. Some rotation still north of Serena. Weak. Here to the south of Acme. You're not going to see tornado genesis and behind this right here. You're not. You have your tornado warning here. Switch radars. Some rotation here, very weak. Weak rotation here, very weak. Rotation here tightened up really well. I now agree with a tornado warning on this part of it. Right there. That's your scan down the line. We do that, try to do that every 3, 4, 5 minutes. Because of how fast these things spin up, so we want to keep eyes on it, and I've kind of learned that just go through the whole line. Also, I'm going to pour me up some water. we go. I think that's the third pour of the day. Whew. So these are 3 tornado warnings. Are only 3 tornado warnings active? Alright, there you go. There we have the warning in 40 minutes. There we go. Sorry about that, everyone. Let's go back north. Six to 5. 7 to 5. Yep, we're about out of range. We're moving out of CAPO radar, which I think we've had CAPO radar up since the start of the stream, so almost 4 hours and 5 hours this radar has been up, exactly. Oh, before I remark that, I'm going to wait on the new scan. Excuse me. I'm going to wait and see what they do to this new scan here. Excuse me. We're going to wait here, see kind of what this new scan does. This new scan tells us a couple of things. There we are. So yeah, still got some rotation. I want to take a look at SPC meta-analysis again. I'm going to do this off my side screen. I don't know if they continue that tornado watch till 2. It's only 4 hours away, by the way. Which is really good. Excuse me. What I'm noticing on meso-analysis, I think your tornado threat stays this area here. I think that is your tornado threat as of this time. And then coming up to HTC. I am going to pull this off to you guys really quickly. You still got high tornado potential within this. Still. Just because the potential for another extension to the tornado watch appears unlikely. However, alright. Makes sense. Makes sense. I'm not sure tomorrow. About tomorrow. I think we see a significant tornado. I don't have a lot of confidence. I'm tempted to go for my forecast in the morning. That's why I'm waking up at 7 and going live at 9 to 10. 5 hatched. Which also, by the way, SPC is updating how they're doing it, and wind-driven high risks are back. I do expect to see a few wind-driven high risks a year, like one. You're still going to see the same frequency of enhanced, moderate, marginal, enhanced, moderate, and high risks. You can also you'll have triple hatched. I'd love to see a triple hatched 5%. Double hatched 2%. A point that my local weather forecast office's warning coordination meteorologist brought up about that is it's going to be a lot harder to read for you guys. So I'm hoping that SPC kind of adds a option to disable it or keep 1 sig on it. That's what I hope. And I agree. It's going to be a little bit harder to get to you guys and then tell you guys about. Here you go. This tornado warning will be out of the warning within 15 minutes. I'd say about 10 minutes will be out of the warning in this exact area. And then you'll see Jackson issue their first tornado warning of the night, I am pretty sure. Yeah, Jackson's first tornado warning of the night. Wait, that's not Jackson. That's New Orleans. I'm stupid. Yes, it's Jackson. Yeah. Alright, let's get a HTC. Oh, there you go. There you go. This new tornado warning goes until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. Moving east at 40 miles per hour. So there you go. New Orleans, I'm pretty sure that's... Yeah, that is New Orleans' first of the night tonight. No, that New Orleans' first of the night as well. So it is an extension. Also, I'm taking a look at this storm. It's heading towards me. A little bit of rain. I'm trying to decide if I want to get B-roll footage for it or not. It's going to be for an upcoming video. I'm creating a new channel for chasing. I've kind of weighed. This is a specific audience on this channel for coverage. A lot of people won't be interested in the chasing aspect. Now, if I get one of my best chases of my life, I'll post it here. But other than that, we have a new video for you guys coming soon. It is going to be amazing. Once we get to the end of this tornado, this warning here, we will probably not be using capo much longer. I think it's also time to bring in Jackson. And the Jackson radar. I think it's time to bring that in. Speaking of which, there you go. Jackson, oh no, that's New Orleans. That fooled me for a second. Oof. New Orleans has their second tornado warning of the night. 10,000. Excuse me. Let's go to HDC. $5,000 feet. That is not bad. Some wide rotation here. So that is your tornadic rotation there. On that tornado warning, so we're up to 5 tornado warnings. We're also at the point now using capo is not even useful anymore, except kind of in this area here. We have some rotation, 7,000 feet in there, 7 KFT. And then we're going to have to still use Lake Charles there. Watching this rotation over Melville, maybe trying to develop a tornado. It's gotten tightened up in the last few scans here tonight. Very tightened up, really. Trying to wait on the next scan to kind of see what my next play on what I'm saying is. You have two distinct areas here. Right here, that's your one, and this is your number 2. Your southern one is more broad than your northern one. "5 hours into the stream. Again, for those of you that are watching after the fact, it is currently 10:28 on February 14th, 2026. Excuse me. Zero tornadic rotation there. Correlation coefficient died off, so I don't expect that to be a tornado, but we're also really close to storm season. I'm happy. Only 3,000 feet, looking about 34,000 feet. This is at 3,900. And this is at 4,000. 3 tornado warnings. I do. Knowing Lake Charles, they will reissue that. Oh. Kind of look at these waves. Wow, that is beautiful. Yeah, sorry, I'm letting my inner nerd out. Alright, I'm weather nerding. Also, there you go, that's your new tornado warning for Lafayette Park, St. Martinville. This one going until 11 p.m. as well. So this tornado warning right here goes until 11:15. If the rotation continues, which it doesn't look like it won't. It looks like it will. I can word that a little bit better, but you know. So we have the... Yeah, knowing Lake Charles. A new tornado warning. I'm going to let this load. There you go. So, what takes a minute for warnings to come up? So it only scans for warnings every, I think, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. I have it doing that. I think it's 5 seconds now. I have it do that so it doesn't overload the system if it's loading every single second. The system I'm using will overload. We're already taking 30% of my CPU, so let's not do 100% of my CPU. Well, my computer. I don't have a good computer, so that's your rotation, which has finally made the northern track, and it's now going to be intra-coast city in 15 minutes. Forked Island, you are still under this tornado warning, along with Henry, Erath, and Avery Island. You guys are now tornado warned until 11:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So 40 minutes. And 41 minutes. 40 something, I don't know. Nothing too crazy on the Jack's radar. So that's your tornadic rotation here. to the southeast of Melville. And then you got some rotation up on this storm. Right here, moving to the northeast. Garden City, Sibley, be ready in case that tornado warning happens. Go ahead and get your helmet, mattress into your bathroom, or get that cellar ready to be used. Kind of maybe light it up a little bit. Something to be ready for that tornado warning. And we are 4 warnings. 4 tornado warnings and 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. So it makes sense. We're a little bit further in the process than I thought we'd be. I'm going to pull up the SPC Outlook. Yeah, we're definitely a lot further than I thought we'd be. Excuse me. So they do have that 5% tornado risk going all the way to here. However, we're not going to stream that. We're going to stream till about 1 a.m. to midnight to 1 a.m. because of how early tomorrow's stream is going to be. Or if we don't stream tomorrow, it'll be church. So, either way. Very early morning for me. Alright, I'm going to go take a restroom break. I'm sorry I have to take a couple restroom breaks during the stream. Some streams we do, some streams we don't. My mouth has been dry recently, so I've been ingesting a lot more water, so we have had to. So. Alright, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Exactly 2 minutes. Oh, wow. Exactly 2 minutes. Always good when I can time it perfectly. A little over 6 months to go. Turning that one down. That one can stay up. Okay. Sorry, I got 2 ring lights going and it's like really bright. Alright. This one might be trying to tornado. If not, that is a tornado. No? No, that does not line up. It doesn't even line up. No, it doesn't line up. That was not a tornado. Yeah, that was not a tornado, but man, that rotation is concerning me that there may be a tornado with that soon. Also, I'm not going to get B-roll footage of that storm that's moving through my area. This rotation has died off significantly. I have a low rotation to the north of Browser, but very weak. So that's your rotation right there. Very weak. I do expect a cancellation of this tornado warning and this tornado warning to bring us down to 2. I'm also hoping happens. That way we can primarily start using HDC and the Hammond radar and Jackson radar, which is what I call them. There you go. That's your rotations. You could call this one big one, but I'm not. Those are your 2 areas that could produce a tornado. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. I missed something there. Alright, new roads, 15 minutes. Out of the warning in 20 minutes. 25 minutes. This tornado warning only remains in effect for 17 minutes, by the way. Your new tornado warning, if it stays on this track, I feel like that would be your warning right there. Let's wait on the new reflectivity scan here. There's no way that's going to produce, but This one's still rotating. And you have your rotation there. Sorry, range folding is on the way, but that's your rotation right there. I can't tell in this area if that's trying to rotate or not. It looks like it is. Right in this area. But very weak, very broad. So the purple is range folding. It sucks. It's a radar artifact, but it sucks. You have rotation there. Very broad. I don't know why we're keeping this tornado warning here. When you get to the end of this one, and the end of this one, you'll be able to use pretty much Hammond radar only. That's your rotation right there. Looking up here, your rotation's going towards Meadville if it can continue, but I don't think it will. I think we're starting to see it die off here. I'm watching this, though. For some rotation there. We are now looking 10,000 feet to 8,000 feet. So, Jackson. 9,000 to 6,000. Capo has been removed. It's been a while since we've been able to do that. Nothing too crazy over here on this. And then up here, again, we're seeing that range folding. So that right there could be some rotation, trying to develop south of Sibley. And we are left with these 4 tornado warnings. They did cancel Lafayette, St. Martinville County tornado warning. Not county, but cities tornado warning. So you guys come out of your tornado safe place now. It doesn't look like that fire is still burning. That's when it got intersected by a tornadic part of the line. Just a radar artifact I like to mention. I'm gonna get a screenshot of it. Hold up. It's just my inner nerd. When I take screenshots like that, it's my inner nerd geeking out over something. Whether it be a wildfire and a tornado, which I like both of them. I want to fight one, but cover the other. Actually see the other. Adams WX, hey, how you doing? Adams weather. And so here we still have some rotation, very broad rotation here in Wilkinson. I do believe that this tornado warning does expire way before 11:15. And the new road storm warning will continue and probably be extended past 11. Right now, it looks like this type of a tornado warning for it. Ah, NATO dude. Okay, okay. I thought you were just a random, another weather nerd, like I was, like I am, not was. So there you go. That's your rotation there. Let's go to Lake Charles radar. I finally get used to where Capo and Lake Charles is, but now that I've removed Capo, it's like Lake Charles. It's like that's horrible. Two main areas of rotation in this. One right here and one right here. These are all moving. Excuse me. North-northeast. The southern one here, however, is kind of trailing away from that and is moving that way. While this one's moving that way, towards Avery Island. So, that is something to be consider about. You got two rotations moving two opposite ways. Let's go back to New Orleans radar. Watching this new road's rotation. And this rotation up here, which I just canceled the tornado warning. Although, cancel this tornado warning and then issue another tornado warning down here. That's what you would do. You have a new area of rotation right here. I'm going to set storm motion to this warning here. That might remove that rotation. Nope. Storm motion from where? That stays there. Excuse me. So we're watching these two rotations primarily. And then you have your Lake Charles radar rotations. Let's take a look at radar in Jackson. Not seeing too much in the way of tornadicness along this line. Kind of about 6,000 to 8,000 feet. Nothing too insane that tells me that there's a tornado on the ground at this time. So this tornado warning here expires in 6 minutes 30 seconds. These two expire at 11:15. Alright, let's go back to Lake Charles here. that's your rotation there, and that is some other rotation there. So the intracoastal city, Forked Island, you are no longer under that tornado warning. So there's that rotation there. And back to New Orleans radar. What the fuck are they? Oh, I was looking at the wrong area there. I was about to say, what did they warn there? Okay, well, this area has really tightened up here in the last few minutes. The last two scans, this was really tightened up. I feel like this is going to drop a tornado at any time. Figure on the next radar scan, you'll see the tornado. Centerville, you got less than 5 minutes. You need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Liberty, you have 20 minutes. Get ready in Liberty right now. You have 25, closer to 30 minutes to get ready for this. Centerville, you got less than 10 minutes. You need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Do not wait to see or hear this tornado. It is at night, and it is rain wrapped. Here you have a lot of heavy rain wrapping around it with the rotation. Yeah, like that. So your rotation is like that in it. So this is moving to the northeast, east-northeast at 50 miles per hour. This one's going to be harder to outrun if you're in Macomb. I'd be preparing now if this can sustain itself. They canceled the far and most northern tornado warning, by the way, which I did expect. This tornado warning here for Liberty does go until 11:45 p.m. Central Standard Time in parts of Emmett and Wilkinson, Mississippi. So that's your new tornado warning right here. They did cancel this tornado warning up here. So we're still up down to 3 tornado warnings. And going back to Lake Charles, we still have 2 areas of rotation down here near Henry, south of Henry, and then another one south of Intracoast City. Both of them are weak and broad, however, they are tornado warnings, so you need to be in your tornado safe place. Intracoastal City, you're going to be dealing with heavy wind. Strong wind, heavy rains. Try to combine them. Henry, stay in your safe place for 5 minutes. Time with you, Intracoastal City. And they will cancel the New Roads tornado warning. Let's take a look at that really quickly. Oh, they'll probably reissue it. It has been canceled for a short time, so we are down to 2 tornado warnings at this time. Only 2, which is still good. And you have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for this part of the line from New Roads, Clinton, Greensburg, Liberty, pretty much west of Interstate 55. West of Interstate 55 to the south of US 98 and north of Interstate 49 and Interstate 10 to the north. So that's your new severe thunderstorm warning. It will have penny-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag. Ooh. Sorry about that, everyone. We're watching this line. Your rotations are moving this way, but your line itself is kind of moving that way. Those straight I want. I wouldn't be surprised if that's trying to put out a tornado at this time. Probably a low-hanging wall cloud with probable funnel cloud, in my opinion. I'll say it's probably got a funnel cloud trying to put down a tornado at this point. That is not confirmed, so don't take that take that with a grain of salt is what I'm trying to get at with that one. However, you still have that tornado warning, so you need to stay in your safe place either way. Even though it's not on the ground at this time, I expect it to hit the ground pretty soon. So they did warn what I said. Warn? Cancel the warning and warn. Sorry, I am trying to get some information here. Alright, back to tornadoing. Sorry, I had to look at my side screen for a little bit. Center of the screen, upside down triangle. So your triangle that looks like this. That is where your rotation currently is. I'm not going to mark it with my highlighter right now. Also here soon, we also have a new mesoscale discussion. I'm going to show that. I also want to point out this is your new severe risk will continue spreading eastward tonight. Downstream tornado watch will be issued within an hour. So we're going to have a new tornado watch, which is tornado watch 7. I'm not going to cover all of Tornado Watch 7. I'm only going to really be here till New Orleans, Baton Rouge. A squall line with its embedded mesovortices and supercell structures is tracking eastward across southern Louisiana and western Mississippi tonight. A strong tornado cannot entirely be entirely ruled out. So what we're saying with this right here, we could see a strong, maybe minorly intense tornado. I don't see it happening. It'll be after I end, however, when that happens, by the way. A heightened tornado risk is evident over. So, your black area in Baton Rouge, Lafayette, New Libra, Morgan City is the favorable corridor for tornadoes in the near term. So I'm right about kind of keeping that to the south just a bit. But let's go back to the south, like Charles radar. We have 2 areas of rotation, and they look horrible now. Ha! 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 It's getting old. There and there. Those are your tornado spots right now. They may continue that tornado warning, though. So within, by midnight, we'll have another tornado watch. I'll probably go until 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. maybe. We're also going to be getting a new day 1 outlook. I don't know if they go enhanced for tornadoes, which would be the last hurrah. I would expect the last hurrah of the hatch tornado risk, which we're saying goodbye to it and replacing it with the CIG risk. Good job, New Roads. You find a way. This rotation has remained consistent for quite a while. We had a point where it was weakened, but we're back strong again. Back to being strong once again. Which wait on another velocity scan before I start giving towns, things like that. Lindsay, Slaughter, Ethel, and Port Hudson, shelter now. Do not wait. We'll get your, we will get your, storm track. My mind is blanking. I'm tired. We'll get your storm track in just a minute. There we go. That is your tornadic rotation. That wouldn't surprise me if it tries to produce. Storm motion. Vroom. 15. You got less than 15 minutes, Slaughter, Lindsay. Buff Creek. You have just over 30 minutes. It'll be out of the warning in 40 minutes. Ethel, you have less than 15 minutes to prepare. If it takes a northern jog at all, it will run you over. We're also watching the rotation south of Gloucester, east of Centerville, west of Liberty, Mississippi, and north of the Louisiana border. Jackson might be able to get away without a tornado warning this year. This excuse me, everyone. So I'm pretty sure we've had 5 tornadoes today, 6 tornadoes during this stream. I may have missed 1 or 2. Unfortunately. So we have multiplier. That is... I expect that to be on the ground in minutes. The environment may not do it because I said it like that, but... Excuse me. Environment may not do it because I just said that. But it's gonna try, and I hope it doesn't. But if you guys are hearing little dings, that's a new warning going out. I try to keep that from you guys because it gets annoying when you have warnings updating, new warnings, just so much coming like that. It'll be annoying real quick. That's why I don't really... Also, I'm watching the Slincy one. I think it might... I think it might try. I'm not sure it'll touch, but... Also, I mark it and it updates. I mark it and it updates. This has been the story since 2024. I don't look at the PT, which is radar scan time. We're going to wait on the velocity. Oh, We already got velocity. Ooh. No, that does not line up. The tornado warning will be canceled at 11:15. They may extend it, but we'll worry about that when they extend it. We're gonna go look at it. Yeah, they... This one, it's really tricky. Excuse me. So we're watching that canceled tornado warning, and I am happy. So we're only to 3 tornado warnings, which is really good. Really good. We've been here for... That is concerning. That is also really concerning. Really concerning. Really concerning there. They have canceled this tornado warning too, which is really good. So we only have 2 areas of tornadic rotation at this time that is tornado warned. Excuse me, everyone. Excuse me, everyone. I wouldn't be surprised if that right there gets tornado warned towards Peoria. That really wouldn't surprise me tonight. This has been a very long radar loop. I wish I had access to MRMS that I could pull from our first tornado warning live to our last tonight. We will very well likely end on a tornado warning tonight, just so I can have enough sleep to be competent in the morning, and that way I'm not getting too uncompetent tonight. Because this is my only Dr. Pepper, last one I'm gonna drink tonight. I'm limiting myself. So we're watching 2 areas of rotation here. I am honestly surprised none of these are on the ground. We're at that point where you'll see it. Both of them, if they're on the ground. If they're doing any sort of damage, you'll see them. Which is insane. We're not going to go 12 hours today. We're probably, most will go as 10, 10:30, 11 hours. So, our last stream was actually during the winter storm in South Carolina, but I was not doing a good job. So I deleted it for you guys, so you guys didn't have to deal with that. Okay, I don't agree. I don't agree with that call. Whatsoever. I don't. Also, historians have found a new stop in the Underground Railroad, hidden under a merchant's house museum, the only 19th century home in Manhattan, with both its interior and exterior preserved. So that's pretty cool. Sorry, I'm getting information. Six-year-old Girl Scout broke records by selling over 75,000 boxes of... Okay, wait. Sorry, I'm looking on X. X is just... Fun fact here, fun fact here. I want tornadoes. That's fun facts. I want fun facts. Okay, that is respected. Liberty, you guys stay as far as I place. Rotation, rotation. That's your track. It's the same. Excuse me. Please sing it away. Just as to say, just a typical day. I'm stuck in my ways. I can't sing, but I love this song that much. Also, I'm trying not to mentally just plop my head on these keys and fall asleep. And this is about the time we get goofy, so just be aware. A lot of caffeine ingested today. We're also at that point where it's going to be mandatory to keep these. Thank you, Dr. Pepper, for keeping me sane during these tornado outbreaks. Coffee included. Your rotations have gotten really weaker. We're going to stay live till past New Orleans. And possibly Hattiesburg. Then we're going to get some sleep. So we can be ready to go. I'm going to take a look at what time we're going in the morning. If I don't go to church. Around 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, if needed. Tomorrow does not strike me as a big day. We'll kind of know by the end of this stream. Tomorrow doesn't strike me as a big day we need to really stream for, but we'll try to stream. Yeah, that's your rotation. Let's get a storm track based off of the motion here from this radar. Bluff Creek, you got about 15 minutes. If this rotation continues, and this has been one of the more persistent rotations we have seen today. We have seen this rotation. Also, I want to say, numerous trees down, minor damage. Do I have access to that? I shouldn't have gotten rid of Capo radar. Okay. How many frames is this? That's gotta be more than 30. I'm gonna try to pull it up on Radarscope there. See if that's one of them I was thinking about calling out or not. Pine Prairie. I wanna take a look at that real quick. I'm a road runner, Usain Bolt sprint it. Capo. Location special scale. No. Watch your switch for the saving swings. I'm just trying to load in radar for that. We're watching these two distinct areas of rotation, Peoria and Thompson, heading respectively for each. And then your tornado warning here, which very well could, get canceled, but I don't know. We're also probably going to bring back our stream ending on certain days where I'm unsure. Like today, we're going to bring back stream ending if we can ever become tornado warning list tonight. I hate ending tornado warnings, but we might do that tonight. Also, my goal, I'm in a play, so there's going to be a few days we're going to miss. My goal is to try to get every enhanced risk, which I know is going to be fairly impossible. Yeah, no, I don't have radar coverage for it. Also, we have a new tornado watch. We're going to pull that up for you guys. a fiasco. I'm a coast, I'm a coast. It's a jungle. Gotta watch for the anacondas. Run it, row runner. I'm a row runner. Sorry about that. There you go. Alright, this is your new Tornado Watch. Tornado Watch. Valid until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time. We're not going to stream this whole Tornado Watch. There's just no way I can. This does include parts of Jackson, Laurel, Hattiesburg, Mobile, Pensacola, Gulfport, New Orleans, Hammond, and Homa. And we'll probably come back about 8, 9 o'clock, considering the Tornado Watch goes to here. And your marginal risk of severe weather genuinely starts right here, in my opinion. Oof. It's gotta be an early morning. So this is your new Tornado Watch. So, isolated hail up to quarter size and scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So there you go. Six hours into this. What was our last stream? That's public on YouTube. We're going to try to hit the record there for 2026. $7.46. So that's really good tonight. We don't have too much. Ooh, I haven't heard this song in quite a while, so kind of happy. Also, this is just giving non-tornado warning. Excuse me, guys. I'm also soon going to upgrade my mic, and that way you guys have a better experience whenever I can get the money. Excuse me. That's what allergies are. Cold and allergies are. Horrible. 4 severe thunderstorm warnings and 3 tornado warnings. Normal. Also, we're watching towards Macomb here. Macomb, get ready. Thanks for hanging with me today on Valentine's Day. If you're single like me, you probably don't have much to do. I'd also like to mention, next week we're kind of trending some rain, some cold rain, if not Wow. I'm gonna be making a video, but probably starting pretty soon. I don't have an exact day. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we're going to start uploading in the mornings, right before school. Unless we just have a lot of coverage that day, or that night. Like we went till 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Because that's what we need to start doing. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays seems like good. And then if we have a severe weather, which will probably be a lot at the time, we'll go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday if we have to. 7 videos a week if needed, plus streams or whatever. But if we do that, Saturdays and Sundays will be later in the day. I don't know if that may be a tornado right there, south of Thompson. I'm undecided. We're gonna wait until the next scan to come in to kind of tell us that. We're up to 5 severe thunderstorm warnings though, which is good. Excuse me. Sorry about that, everyone. We're going to wait here on the new velocity scan. It has come in. No, it was not a tornado. Jackson coming in with a couple severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Could get active with a few tornado warnings soon. Your tornado threat should stay south. Like this area in specific. That's my personal thought on this. Excuse me. What is this? New? Yeah, New Orleans. New Orleans controls that. Also, we're looking at this radar rotation here. I do want to point out that you guys see me streaming these slight risks right now. I am not burnt out at all. We're not going to stream every slight risk. No way, no how. That would be a lot of streaming. I do want some time with family, things like that. But I'm starting to get to the point where I'm streaming slight risks that I think need it. Of course, we're going to try to stream every enhance this year. It's going to be nearly impossible coming into like parts of April. Especially a week, like that week of my play. Because those are days where everything's put in. We have to know it by heart. Know everything by heart. So we're practicing every single one of those days. But those are only like 2 hours, so we could leave a stream running if needed. I do not see any tornadic debris signatures. I have seen a few, but we're watching this area primarily. 6,000 feet to Lake Charles. 8, 9. $6,000 feet to here. To Lake Charles is 9. So this is the last of Lake Charles. Wait a second. Lake Charles picks it up. Lake Charles barely picks it up. Okay, we're going to let this play for you guys for just a minute. Then Lake Charles, Louisiana radar will be closed out. We have went through Houston, Corpus Christi, Capo, Shreveport, and Lake Charles. 5 radars today. We're on HTC and or Hammond and the Jackson radar. Also, brand new tornado warning. This is probably going to be New Orleans. So, Macomb, you're now in a tornado warning. Excuse me. So, there you go. That's your tornado warning. That's your tornado warning that's about to expire. You'll have a new tornado warning here for Macomb, Princedale, Holmesville, I think Magnolia, and Summit. Not including Holmes. Magnolia, excuse me. Does include Holmesville. Princedale, Macomb, Fernwood, and Summit, you guys are now under this tornado warning until midnight? Until 12:30. So, for the next 50 minutes. Excuse me, for the next 49 minutes. I like it. They also finally canceled this tornado warning. Your rotation has just really finally died off. This rotation has been constant since the tornado. Since like Oberlin. Yes, this rotation lasted since right here and has really been constant. It is finally over. So Macomb, you're now tornado warned. And severe warned as well. Tornado warning with multiple areas of rotation. We're going to let velocity scan come in before we exactly kind of say specifics. So, there you go. That's rotation, and that is broad rotation. Other than that, that is some of the weaker rotation we've seen. One bookend, one on the leading edge. This is providing its own lift, by the way. So the storm is taking in moisture and air from Columbia, Morgantown, Darbun. I should know this area really good. The amount of tornado warnings I've covered last year in this area, I should know this area very well, but I don't, obviously. Tylertown, March 15th reference. So, let's go and get some storm tracks here for you guys. I'm going to do this, and radar's going to update itself. It's going to be moving off to the northeast, east-northeast at 40 miles per hour. Macomb, less than 15 minutes. Same with Fernwood, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Princedale, you got about 20 minutes. And then on this other rotation, it'll move out of the warning. So I don't expect National Weather Service Jackson to issue tornado warning, but if they do, your tornado warning would look a lot like this. That's what your tornado warning from Jackson would look like, probably. But I highly doubt they issue. I'm not really seeing much in the way of tornadicness down this whole line. Watching some rotation to the south of Bayou Sorrel. Other than that, and some to the south of Franklin. Other than that, that's all the rotation we're really tracking. And our only tornado warnings are in Mississippi right now. Let's take a look at Jackson, Mississippi radar. And we are down to one tornado warning. Just one tornado warning. Really, really good. Not a lot of rotation on this northern end. Again, I expect that tornado threat to really just stay to this area here. I know there was just a warning issued or taken away. I don't know. Oh, they removed the... Okay, never mind. I know what happened. 6 severe thunderstorm warnings active. We're also 15 minutes till February 15th. I don't know if Jackson will issue near Bogue, Cheeto, and Ruth. I just don't know. This tornado warning does go until 12:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're almost to Central Daylight Time. Usually a lot of our storms we cover are in Daylight Savings Time. Or Standard Time, even. Also, I want to point out our last 1, 2, 3, 4. Our last 5 streams have all been slight risks. And I haven't really gotten way out of my mind except on the winter storm one, my last winter storm one, which you guys no longer have available. Excuse me. I don't want to listen to the song. It's a sad song. I guess I'd call this a sad song too, but no. I like this song. It's a hype song. So let me know what you guys think about this new setup. I have deleted the old setup. If you see the bottom of the warning legend where that red line is, you take that red line all the way to your left side, just straight. And that's how high a lot of my stuff went down there. I'm still considering imaging this and just having it kind of scroll. I don't know yet. I'm thinking about keeping this though scrolling. Because this one I can add information like big day, moderate, or whatever. I can add personal information in there too. I'm gonna create like a text file with there is a slight risk, there's a moderate, there's a high risk, whatever we're gonna need that this day. So I don't know what we're gonna do up here. I think it'll kind of vary depending on the day. But we are going to keep like there is a slight risk, marginal risk, enhanced risk, high risk, moderate risk, whatever. Currently we're in a slight risk though. Also, we should be getting an SPC Day 1 update, so I'm trying to... I am going to read the SPC Outlook really quickly. Okay. If it's up for you guys, we're going to split view. I don't know if it's up yet. Okay, it is. Nice. Alright, so this is the SPC Outlook. Currently, there is a slight risk of severe weather down here. I wish there was another way to view this. Okay, nice. We'll just bring you guys this view right here. So there is a slight risk of severe weather in this area, in the yellow area. 5% tornado risk and 15% wind risk. Your hail risk extends all of the marginal risk. I'm not really going to show the others, just know 15 and 5% tornado risk and orange, 5% wind and hail risk in green. Your hail risk is not really that high, so you know what? I think even though that's how it is, it still needs to be shown. And so that's your tornado risk right here. This is your new tornado risk here for today, or for tomorrow, February 15th. This is kind of what it looked like, my previous view looked like. And then your your wind risk. There's your 15 and 5% wind risk. So this is your wind risk here that you are looking at. 15% wind risk. So winds up to 70 miles per hour is possible within this. Soon, we would probably see a hatched on that today. And then your hail risk, unless they've upgraded. That is your hail risk right here. Pretty much just slight risk. For with any stronger storms, quarter-sized hail, maybe up to 1.5 dollar-sized hail is possible. So that's your new SPC risk. And I expect them to cancel this tornado warning. I don't see anything that signals to me tornado in this at all. And we're looking 2,000 feet in the air, so I do expect by 12 o'clock or so this tornado warning to get canceled, and then we'll go from there. We're gonna wait on the next velocity scan, but I expect this tornado warning here to be canceled. While we're waiting on that. No, wait. That's stupid. We're waiting on velocity for a reason. What was I thinking? Yeah. I highly expect this tornado warning to be canceled. Alright, so going through. There is an area of rotation right here, just to the north of Pine Grove. I am watching it closely. It's not the most attached to reflectivity, but and then that's all the rotations we're watching. To the Franklin one, but that one's not really impressive. So again, I do expect the tornado watch to expire. Tornado warning, not tornado watch. I'm gonna take a look. This is for me. Look at the probs for this tornado watch. 50-20. Not bad. 50-20 for that watch. Not bad. Alright, so your tornado watch that goes towards Mobile, Hattiesburg area, it has 50-20, 50% tornado, and 20% strong tornado. I just don't see the strong tornado threat really being here tonight. But it cannot entirely be ruled out. Cannot entirely rule a strong tornado out. Strong tornado is EF2, intense tornado 3. Intense tornado is EF3, and violent tornado is EF4 plus. But we do have strong winds. We're going to use this and bring here some really strong winds here on your leading edge in that area. And your wind, usually in this situation, with QLCS lines or squall lines, will kind of start ahead. So here's your rain right here. So this is your reflectivity. Your wind is going to start just a little bit ahead of it. Like that. I think I did that right. Yeah, I did that right. Okay. I'm still going to watch this area of rotation south of Greensburg and to the east of Pine Grove. Right now it's not tornadic enough to really be too much of a concern, but we are going to watch that closely here. And as of 11:52, they're keeping this tornado, however they are discussing dropping it. And they may keep it because of the wind threat. go. So, again, we're still watching this tornado warning. A very weak rotation right here. I don't think it's enough to be tornado warned at this time. So I do expect, again, them to drop that tornado warning. This warning should be dropped soon. And then after that, we'll be down to regular severe thunderstorm warnings. I also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Hammond area, Killian, Covett, Donaldsonville, Gonzales, Independence, Emmett, and Livingston until 12:45. So until 12:45 p.m. Nice. I'll take a look at Jackson radar to kind of see 4,000 feet in the air. It does not look impressive whatsoever. This could be trying to spin up a tornado right here. Northeast of McCall Creek, northwest of Brookhaven, southwest of Weston, and pretty much due east of Union Church. East-southeast of Union Church. Morgan City, you're also under a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me switch back to this radar. Again, I'm going to remove that storm track. Your tornado threat, in my opinion, kind of stays in this area. I don't think it goes much more north than Laurel, honestly. Excuse me. You're just having instability issues right now. But as this line goes towards Crestview, your line picks up and you could see a strong tornado. It's unlikely that you see a strong tornado. I'm actually going to update my forecast later and remove that elevated risk I have out for this. So, Pricedale, say your tornado safe place for the next 4 minutes or so. And you guys will be able to come out of your safe place. How many people's in this tornado warning? Give me 1 second. Excuse me. 2,000 people. Okay. Makes sense. That makes sense. And Greensburg rotation has really died off. I still have just that tiny bit just north of. Never mind the fact that I just said that. That rotation is gone. You see this right here. This is not rotation. That looks horrible. And if you look, you would rather it be like that. Green on this side, red on this side. That's how you'd rather it, because you're looking that way, so your green's moving that way, red's moving that way. That would be a couplet, because you don't see it like that. It's just where that wind shift is, because your winds are blowing this way here. Your gust front is right here. Your winds are blowing that way. That is where your wind shift is happening. So you have that red and green colliding. And green obviously will take over. Or go to the Price-Dale. You guys come out of your turn to safe place now. And that's what's happening here as well. Now this could be rotate. This is rotation though. That's rotation. I'm not saying anything. Alright, let's wait on new velocity before I say something about this. So while we wait for that, yeah, that is rotation just to the north of Beltree. Belrose and Belterry. Just really broad rotation. Really broad rotation. Though, I will say, just broad. Okay. Let's go back up to your tornado warning. I know we haven't been covering it, but the storm itself is out of the tornado warning. The storm itself is like out of the tornado warning. This tornado warning could be canceled right now. I cannot see them keeping this tornado warning much longer, considering it goes till 12:30. I don't see them keeping it till 12:30. I also don't see them reissuing. I think we're going tornado warningless probably by 12:10, 12:15. At some point, we're going tornado warningless. There's no way they reissue. And I'm not seeing any areas that would warrant another tornado warning at this time. Wash on both hands. Watch it. Oh, no, it didn't. Oh, my. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Lear. Britney Spears, ears. We're a tornado warning list. We're a tornado warning list. Alright. We're going to give it till 12:15. If we don't see anything, we're going to go ahead and end stream. That way we can be ready for tomorrow's coverage about 9 a.m. If tomorrow warrants it. I'm so undecided at this time. If tomorrow warrants a stream, we'll go live. No, I want to show off my alarm background really quickly, because I love this. I am a weather nerd. My 7:05 alarm, I'm going to go to my school alarm. I don't know if you guys can see that. That is my alarm right there. It's the Greensburg cell. And then my other alarm, my 7:20 alarm, is literally May 19th. So this is May 19th, which is a really good day for me. I thought that was cool. Since we're here without tornado warnings, we can talk about that. I've been afraid of me. Yeah, I like talking. All right. Let's lock in for the next 5 minutes, and we should be able to end. We're gonna do 1 to 2 more scans down this line. Then we're gonna go over tomorrow a little bit. And if we don't have any tornado warnings by the time we go over tomorrow, we'll be done. Right. Broad rotation. Fluker. There is some rotation north of Donaldsonville and over Donaldsonville. I just want to watch this really quickly. I didn't even notice the tornado warning. I'll be honest, I didn't even notice it. Alright, brand new tornado warning, Donaldsonville, welcome. Covent, Lutcher, North, Vatry, St. James, and Covent. You guys are now under a tornado warning until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time. Just when we were about to end, too, by the way. So we're not going to go over tomorrow at this time. We're going to go over 7 hours today. I'm a misfit. That means I don't fit. No, I don't fit in. Sorry. So this is 1 rotation. This is 2 rotations. So you got 1 north of Donaldsonville, west of Burnside, and 1 over Donaldsonville, northeast of Belterry and Belrose, and then west of Union. I'm also turning down this monitor's brightness right here to 1%. It looks really good to me. It does not hinder my performance at all. It actually helps me because it's not so bright. You guys have full view. So if you guys are under this tornado warning, I'm moving east at 40. Let's get a storm track. This will be out of this warning in 30 to 40 minutes, by the way. So I could see like 12:45, but why 1? You know what I mean? I think 1:30 is the latest we're going to go tonight. 1:32. Even if we do our tornado warned. That way we can be ready for tomorrow. So with this new tornado warning, we just updated radar. We do not have a correlation coefficient drop or CC drop. So I'm going to explain this. I'm going to make graphics for this so I don't have to like visually represent it with my hands, because this is my left and this is my right. This is your left, my right. Wow. Well, so you got correlation. 1 and -1. Your pink, which is what you guys see, all of this is about 1. I just missed 2 tornadoes, but I just missed a tornado. Alright. So this is a tornado debris signature. It lines up with velocity, spectrum width, potential tornado debris signature, and spectrum width. Normalized rotation. Wow. Also, there's 2 tornado warnings on this. Both tornado warnings go to 1. Let's get a storm track here on this confirmed tornado on the ground. This just passed over Monticello, not Monticello, US 84. US 84. This just passed over US 84. Wanilli, you got less than 15 minutes. You got 13 minutes. Prepare now. Go to your safe place right now. Right now. Do not wait. This is on the ground doing damage. I missed this. Storm relative velocity looks horrible. That tornado may still be on the ground. What are we looking at? 3,000? Oh. Excuse me. We have a tornado debris signature up to 5,000 feet, so... So probably a strong tornado. Excuse me. This is probably your strong tornado right here, by the way. What did it hit? A lot of trees, yeah. Probably EF1, EF2. I could see it being EF2. So again, this is on the ground doing damage as of this time. So we do have 2 confirmed tornadoes at this time. Wow. So we're back to confirmed tornado. All tornado warnings end at 1 a.m. So if you're just tuning in, your phone has probably went off twice today in this area here. With a tornado that is on the ground doing damage. I missed about 2 scans of it because I was going over correlation coefficient. Alright. Let's bring... Wait, it's a little like CC drop. It is evident for 4,500 feet. So 4,500 feet, that probably... I'm trying to think. Hold up. Okay, so kind of preliminary here. If I do believe they will find EF2 damage. I don't know if they will find EF2 damage, excuse me. However, I do believe it is EF2 strength. Was. This would be your strong tornado of the night, by the way. Alright. Back here. There's only one distinct area. Right here, which is really good. Burnside Union. Welcome. Donaldsonville. You guys come out of your trying to safe place. You guys no longer need to be in your safe place at this time. The bee's knees. I am OC. Never to cut. No, nosebleed. I did not mean to say that. There you go. Union, Burnside, Donaldsonville, Belterry. You guys come out of your trying to safe place. Alright, let's go back to your confirmed tornado warnings. I say tornado warnings because there's two here. I'm pretty sure... that first one observed, and the second was observed. I don't understand why they issued two tornado warnings. I wonder if it's to send urgency or something. You have some rotation there starting to go. Excuse me. Ugh. Wow. We're also about to approach 7 hours. Excuse me. I do not believe that tornado is on the ground anymore. I do believe we have seen that tornado lift, which is good. Really good. I do believe that was your strong tornado right there. I do believe it was EF2 damage. We did see it up to like 5,000 feet, so that signifies to me that that's strong tornado. So you just seen your strong tornado. Probably your only one you'll see tonight. Excuse me. Excuse me. So we only have 45 minutes left. 35 minutes, excuse me, on this tornado warning. These tornado warnings. So all three of them to expire at 1 a.m. Let's go back to this tornado warning. We're waiting on the velocity scan, which should be coming in about 10 to 20 seconds. Should be. It's going through some calculations right now, so for a second and we'll see. Yeah, here it is. It has broadened out. It has broadened out significantly, which is really good news. So that rotation's dying off. So really, really good news. Along this line, I don't see anything that, from about Tylertown south, I don't see anything that screams tornado to me. Or screams need tornado warning. Yeah, I don't see anything but right here. I do see that. That screams tornado warning. Somehow I feel like this might get tornado warning towards Supreme. But let's go back to your observed. Actually, let's get a Grayville. If this storm continues 15 minutes, so go ahead and get that helmet, mattress, get all the kids awake, wake up the kids, wake up other family, give them a call, heads up that, hey, we do have some tornadic rotation heading your way, and there is a possibility of a tornado warning associated with it. I'm also fairly sure this is Jackson's first tornado warning is observed. So they go from no tornado warnings to 2 tornado warnings simultaneously. Sorry, I have something. We have another tornado, Monticello. Monticello, this is a brand new tornado on the ground. Strong tornado. I'm going to call that right now, strong tornado. I'm going to say that right now, this is a strong tornado. This is being seen 5,000, 6,000 feet. Here you go. This is a new tornado. I would like to mention this is associated with weak. That is a tornado. I'm going as far to say that is strong. It is being seen 7,000 feet. It is 7,000 feet. So your tornadic debris is being seen as high as 7,000 feet. That is intense. That is strong. I can't exactly say that. But again, that looks to be a strong tornado. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if they go strong tornado with this. We have indication of 7,000 feet in the air. Ooh. It is associated with weak rotation. However, I could see this being a low end EF2. We'll have access to that pretty soon. We'll have access to that soon. I would not be surprised to see low end tornado here. Low end strong. Yeah. I'm gonna call it when I see it. Okay, now it's just not even lining up. That's a tornado. If not, it's just lifted and it is raining debris. And if that is debris raining and that tornado is lifted, there's no doubt in my mind this was strong. EF2. I'd probably... I'm pretty sure we have an indication up to 9,000. We at least have indication to 7,394. Again, that when a tornado lofts debris that high, kind of signals to me we may have a stronger tornado on the ground right now. Not 100%. We also definitely had some houses that... Alright, let's go back south to that other tornado warning here really quickly. That's your rotation right there. It's going to head into Grayfield in less than 10 minutes. Go ahead and get ready because I do expect them to extend this tornado warning. We're going to keep track of this tornado warning though. Wanilla, Oma, Monticello, you guys can come out of your tornado safe place as of now. I don't know what to think. I really want this scan right here to update, but we do have this tornado in it. That's not debris rain. That is... Some things just aren't making sense to me. Well, I'm going to open up Discord really quickly. I'm wanting another opinion, so I'm going to go get another opinion really quickly on this, because Did I just exit out of that, actually? Oof. I can't believe I can't believe I did that. Wow. Alright, let's go here. Your tornado debris signature has really died off, which is really good news. They will be extending that tornado warning into New Huron, Mount Olive, Mount Carmel, Prentice, and McGee. You guys need to go ahead and be in your tornado safe place right now. I need to move that down there, and then I can bring this up here. This is one of the definitely had some tornadic debris if it has not died. I'm getting another opinion, but because I'm doubting a little. They are continuing this tornado warning, however, towards McGee. This is heading right towards McGee. If it can sustain itself, this new tornado warning goes until 1:15 a.m. Just your velocity is really ugly with this. Your velocity isn't exactly what I'd call strong tornado, but yeah, I'm right, yeah. I also think your tornado has lifted, which is really good. I'm definitely not ruling out low NDF2, but okay, I don't get this one at all. This does go until 1:30 a.m. Still standard time. Carson? Everything to me looks like a radar artifact. I don't know. Either a new tornado warning for Bassfield, Collins, Hot Coffee, and Seminary. This is a confirmed tornado warning as of this time. So again, enter centermost part of your house in a sturdy building. Avoid windows. Innermost center part of your house, 3 building. Avoid windows if you're outdoors or in a mobile home. Seek shelter inside a substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. However, if you do not have a substantial shelter in these warnings here tonight, sorry, we're down to 4 tornado warnings, by the way. Ooh. Okay. That's where it was, okay. It took me a second to be like, wait, where was the TDS? That didn't even register to me as a TDS. But there you go, like, it was moving towards Prentice. Excuse me. We definitely could have a few tornadoes ongoing at this time. Right there, that's tornado debris signature. Right there. So we've got tornado warnings clear until 1:30 a.m. Okay, so we have multiple tornado debris signatures just within the last 30 or so minutes, where I do believe a strong, significant tornado occurred. Low end significant. So probably like the first 10, 20 miles of EF2. To the south of Monticello, we definitely have some sort of damage in Monticello. And these are how fast they spin up. These will spin up fast. So that is another tornado. Pretty sure that is another tornado. So, there's your new tornado right here. This is still on the ground at this time. This is still going to be a weak tornado. Not even being seen above 2,000, 3,000 feet, which is really good. Alright, backing out of that. Wow. Yeah, a lot of other people are calling this strong. So, confirms my thoughts on that tornado near Monticello. I'm also going to download some data from it. I want to kind of I also want to point out we have another tornado warning. That is your tornadic debris right there from that tornado. Wow. So we're looking at about 12,000 feet. Wow. Very impressive. Okay, so this is from your Monticello tornado number 2. So, wow. Yeah, definitely a strong tornado there. Where we are tracking this tornado that is ongoing right now. It is weak, but so it is a weaker tornado, but still we have debris currently about 2,000 feet. Our highest view is 3,000 feet. So no. Oh, weak tornado. I'm going to put that photo in this post. Your tornado has lifted. 100% has lifted. So, your tornado has lifted there. I do not see any tornadic debris signatures along this part of it as well. Let's go down to Louisiana, where we do have a tornado warning in play for Folsom. Currently, we have a pocket of rotation. Before we have that, So, alright, this is your other tornado right here. Not tornado, but rotation. We also have another new tornado warning just to the north of this for a possible tornado on the ground right now. And so, this part of the line is starting to go up again. Here's your one rotation, here's your southern rotation. So again, that's that. Let's go back up to your confirmed tornadoes that are on the ground. Oh, I need to get time here. 24 to 40. And it looks like we have another tornado right here doing even more damage. So again, that is another tornado ongoing right now. So that, again, another tornado heading to McGee. Mount Olive, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Do not wait to see or hear this. So here you guys go. This is your other tornado that is doing active damage. Alright, now we can lock in again. Watching another area of rotation just to the east of Bassfield. 2 areas to be precise, but so 2 areas of rotation we're watching there in that area. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to get this out to another media platform about this tornado. Alright, we got that off to another. Alright, so we only have 4 tornado warnings active at this time. Excuse me, everyone. Having this allergy sucks. Well, let's go back to this radar work. Insanity. 1, week 2, and a week 3 rotations along this part of the line. These are all moving to the northeast, approximately at 40-45 mile per hour. So east and northeast. So you'll probably have a track closer to this. So that's your current track on these tornadoes. So not tornadoes, but tornadic debris signatures. We're not going too in depth right now because we still have that observed tornado warning. These two observed where we did have a tornado. It looks like it's lifted. So we've had multiple brief tornadoes from this rotation on this cell, which we've have been all very weak rotation on velocity, but still enough rotation to cause a, well, I do believe is a significant tornado. I do have belief to be significant. Alright, while we are tornado-less, we still have warnings, but I gotta go use the restroom. We'll be back in like 2 minutes. Alright, we are back. Sorry about that, everyone. This has been a very wild... I do want to point out that the debris signatures over in the Monticello storm was over 2 miles wide. I do want to point that out. It's just under 2 miles wide. Excuse me. We do not have an active tornado on the ground as of this time. Really good news. We do have these confirmed tornadoes, and it got really insane there for a minute. Really insane there a minute. But we are finally tornado-less at this time. Monticello took a direct hit from a tornado just a few minutes ago. I'm trying to, excuse me. Sorry about that, everyone. Alright, let's go take a look at those tornado warnings to the south. We haven't been paying much attention to these. I am monitoring them, but I have not been paying much attention to them. These are your 3 areas of rotation. We're going to get a tighter view on them, however. 1, 2, and a broad 3. And this is your storm track. So, again, 3 hooks on radar. So that is that right there. Let's get a approximate track here. On this one rotation, we'll be out of the warning in 15. So will this one. Less than about 15 minutes. Sun, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Sun, Mississippi, I think. Sun, Louisiana, excuse me. We're about to be all Mississippi here in the tornado realm of things. Except I am watching a rotation right here. Kramer, south of Kramer. And back up here where we only have 1 confirmed tornado warning, which I do think they drop the confirm tag and go regular tornado warning. We went from 0 tornado warnings to strong tornado fairly quickly, by the way. Again, I want to kind of show that was tornado number 1. It died. You had strong tornado. I'm convinced that this tornado may have been strong too. And then your second tornado, as it went over Monticello, this was over a mile wide. So definitely a wider tornado. Or your tornado was just so strong it was slinging debris. I'm going to go with the first. I do think it was a significant tornado. And then right here, here's another tornado. So you have 2 simultaneously. Here's the thing. These are in heavy rain. You're not seeing them unless you're on the far back side. If you're in the path of them, you will not see these. That one lifts. A new one starts here. North Apprentice continues. Looks like it dies. Then you have another one continue, and it dies, and that is the last we have seen from the tornado debris signatures thus far. We're going to wait on a new velocity scan here. But I'm Bassfield, Mount Carmel, Williamsburg. You guys can come out of your tornado safe place now. Collins, stay in your safe place. Same with Seminary and Hot Coffee. I like my coffee hot. Sorry, but I do. So that's your tornadic rotation to the south of Collins and to the east of Williamsburg. Just like that. We are regular base tornado warnings and no more observed. With McGee, you are no longer tornado warned. Your tornadic signature has died off completely. We're just watching this one over Collins right now. But, again, one, possibly two strong tornadoes have occurred tonight. So we're watching this area of rotation. I'm going to take a look at SPC mesoanalysis. We'll go back south in just a minute. I just want to kind of get a good look, at mesoanalysis, which tells me some things about the environment we're in. This will give me a good idea on the environment. I'm going to look at this on my side screen, so kind of give me an idea as to what we were working with during these tornadoes. Surface vorticity 3 mixed layer. Your ML Cape, 3 kilometer cape is there, and your vorticity is there. That is sad. That is sad. Yeah. I could see it being strong. So that's your tornadic rotation. Let's go back south to your other tornadic rotations that are currently ongoing in parts of Washington, St. Timmy, and another Washington County tornado warning. Oh, these are 3 warnings, 3 rotations. 1, 2, and 3. They are all moving to the east, northeast. We'll all be out there warnings in 15 minutes. Let's storm track these though. Starting with your northern one. It'll be in Mississippi in 15 minutes. Let's redraw this because obviously very weak rotations. It'll be in Mississippi in less than 15 minutes. Bogalusa. You guys need to go ahead and probably get in your tornado safe place. They're probably going to be issuing a tornado warning for you pretty soon. Excuse me. So that's that, and then going back up here to your Collins. Southwest of Hot Coffee. I'm sorry, I have to sneeze, but it's not coming out. You have some broad rotation right there. Excuse me, sorry about that, everyone. So we have been monitoring this tornado warning for a little while now. Give me 1 second, guys. Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. I just need to do something off screen. Definitely did see a strong tornado at some point near Monticello around 10:20. Not 10:20, 12:20. Oh, my music just stops. Okay. Okay. My music just likes to stop on its own, which sucks. Alright, let me let my music go up, and we also have a new tornado warning. That goes until 2 a.m., which is about the latest we'll stream tonight. Never mind. That one's heading straight for New Orleans. Yeah, so at New Orleans, you're probably starting to hear your sirens going off here soon. You're going to be waking up to your no weather radio or your phone or your tornado sirens if you don't sleep. You're probably awake if you don't sleep hard. If you're not a hard sleeper. If you're a light sleeper, you'll wake up to just the sound of rain. Before we start going insane, gotta refill the water. Yeah, refill the water. Excuse me. There we go. More water. Three of your 4 tornado warnings are in Louisiana, by the way. Let's share that. So this tornado warning right here goes until 2 a.m. Again, this is moving towards New Orleans. So New Orleans, you need to be preparing now. I'm actually going to go ahead and post about this storm. If we do see New Orleans, it'll be within an hour. I think that view was good right here. File, save image, radar only. So that is your tornado at this time. Sorry, I'm getting a social media post out. So I'm getting this off on social media. Alright, so again, nothing on the ground at this time, which is really good news. Your tornadic rotation's right there. So, there we go. Got that all to social media now about the New Orleans area. Alright. Let's go back north here. I do think we'll see that these tornado warnings be combined into one. For this area, for about that area there. Maybe a little shorter than that, but I do expect us. We still have two main areas I'm watching. Right there, those are two areas right there. We are watching for the tornadic potential tonight at this time. And then going Hot coffee, you need to be in your safe place right now. Do not wait. What? This is being shown 3,000 feet. Hot coffee is about to take a direct hit from a strong tornado. This has only been on the ground for 2-3 scans, so... Hot coffee is going to take a direct hit. This is a tornado. The low-level jet just ramped back up again. Wow. We're also down to 2 tornado warnings. By the way, they did cancel those others. So that's really good news. So let's hope those warnings stay canceled. Hot coffee shelter now. It's too late if you're in hot coffee. It's too late if you're in hot coffee. Too late if you're in hot coffee. The next velocity, the next correlation coefficient scan is going to tell me something. Hot coffee did just take a direct hit. They just took a direct hit from a tornado. Summerland, go ahead and take your tornado precautions right now. Summerland, you need to go ahead and take your tornado precautions right now. Stringer, same thing with you. You guys got fit. There you go. Taylorsville, Bay Springs, Summerland, Silverina, you guys need to be in your safe place right now. Do not wait till you hear this tornado, even if it dissipates. This is heading towards Bay Springs. 45 minutes. Bay Springs. You have 45 minutes. Taylorsville, Summerland, 15 minutes if it continues to be on the ground. If it continues to be on the ground, 15 minutes. Hot coffee just took a direct hit from a tornado. Very... correlation coefficient doesn't add up. Alright, let's go back south to the other tornado warning. If this one is a priority warning, considering it is highly populated. Alright. Let's go back up. Where we do have a tornado on the ground doing damage. In hot coffee. I think it's dissipated. If not, that's it right there. About... Okay, we don't have the available scan yet. We have tornadic debris up to 7,000 feet in the air, so another potentially strong tornado just hit hot coffee. As soon as the storm gets into the Jackson, Mississippi county warning area, goes insane. We could very well be going all night. We're gonna wait on another correlation coefficient scan, which should be coming in the next minutes. Less than a minute here. Should be anyways. There you go. It is not on the ground anymore. I want one more scan on this. So far, your tornadic debris signature only goes to about 8,000 feet. So 8,000 feet would... Still, that'd be a significant tornado, probably EF2. I'm trying to do some calculations here. We're going to wait on the... Excuse me. We're going to wait on the next scan here. And that will tell us a lot about this specific storm, this tornado warning. Let's go south here. This is your rotation. It's going to be impacting this area here. Moving in this general direction towards New Orleans. It should stay way south of New Orleans, but South New Orleans will be impacted, like Woodmere, Timberland, St. Clair, Scarsdale, Stella, Oakville, Crown Point. You guys need to be aware that this is tornadic. It is heading towards you. Right now, our primary focus is here, where we did, I believe, have a tornado on the ground. Yeah. Yeah. It has lifted. So again, that tornado has lifted. We're not showing velocity because velocity is really weak, and I don't think velocities are correlating right. But I do want to look at something. Yeah, see, right there, you wouldn't suspect that. You would not suspect that. That's why we're not showing much there. Wow. That's your tornadic rotation right here. That right there, though, is your tornadic rotation. If not, possibly a tornado right now. We're still at that point where we have debris possibly raining down. Also, I think it's time to kind of check my suspicions on this tornado. About 8,000 feet, so possibly a significant tornado. I'm not going to rule that out. Sorry, I'm trying to do some calculations on this tornado that just occurred again. I need this. Trying to get anything out of these. I'm trying to see if we got any damage coming from Mississippi WX. Also, I'd like to mention that with this tornado event here, I'm stealing this from Hunter Folks. Bending of the QLCS into a northwest-southeast segment, a very potent area for rapid tornadogenesis occurring as flow curves around the bowed section of the outflow. As flow curves around the bowed section of the outflow. And so that's why you're seeing this tornado that may have impacted Taylorsville. Possibly. This has been a tornado spammer. Okay, we're not seeing much there. This is our only tornado warning, by the way. I do want to point that out. All tornado warnings are expired, but this one and this one, your reflectivity doesn't look like much. But we are tracking another tornado. This is a tornado outbreak. Probably going to have to call this one the Valentine's Day tornado outbreak. That is another tornado right there. Ongoing just to the northeast of Taylorsville. Let's wait on the news correlation coefficient scan. Oh, wow. That is another tornado. And your velocities are weak, but you could be seeing significant tornado. Oh, no. That one may have just died. I don't know. That one may have just died, by the way. Which that'd be really good if that one died. Again, rapid tornado genesis is likely in this area. Flow curves with the bending portion of this. QLCS. Excuse me. I do want to bet that at least 2 significant tornadoes today. Significant being EF2. Low, I'd say low end EF2 tonight. Oh, so we have finally surpassed 8 hours. Wow. We're going to watch, see what this does. If this can continue as your flow curves into it. But that is, and I haven't seen this type of tornado genesis in a very long time. It has been well over a year since I've seen this, personally. We're kind of going through the southern portion just to kind of double check, make sure we're not seeing any tornadic. Right here near Pearl River, I wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning for this. Some mild rotation. Right here. Again, I would not be surprised to see a tornado warning. Excuse me, everyone. In that area. For Pearl River, St. Joe, Santa Rosa, Nicholson. I wouldn't be surprised to see that get warned. Good area right here that I'm watching really closely. South of Poplarville. Watching that area closely. So you guys be ready in case this does get tornado warned. And that is it in that perspective tonight. And that portion of it. Alright, we no longer have a tornado ongoing at this time, which is really good news. That is debris rain, it looks like. But again, rapid tornado genesis. We've seen that multiple times today. By the time they issued the warning, you had already had a scan of tornado. Like, they didn't even know there was tornado warnable rotation until this warning. So, probably seen a few significant tornadoes tonight. Excuse me, everyone. Sorry about that. And so this is our only tornado warning, but I do expect. Let's go back to New Orleans radar. A tornado warning north of McNeil and probably fourth town of Poplarville. I do expect that to get tornado warned pretty soon. That is some tight rotation there in this, and it's got a little kink in the line, so. Which office is this? It should be New Orleans, yes. And then it hands off to Mobile. This starts Mobile, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we don't have an active tornado, which is really good. Sorry about that. Yeah, yeah, your tornado has lifted 100%. There's not much else on this portion of it. I think that your rapid tornado genesis might be over for now. You still could get some more rapid genesis, but not what we just had. So back to New Orleans radar to kind of get a better view on this. We have a new reflectivity scan. We're gonna look at this scan here to kind of see what I think the NWS is going to do tonight. I have no clue. I don't know. I think they tornado won it. I really do. It'll surprise me if this doesn't get tornado warned at some point. Whether it be right after Poplarville, or they're trying to like not warn Poplarville, or if they tornado warn it for. I don't know yet. But we're watching this area. I don't think that's a tornado ongoing at this time. I'm going to wait for another scan. That looks like it's debris rain. That looks like debris rain. That's what that looks like to me, especially with this little area there. That looks like just debris rain. So your debris is raining down. Like, so you have it here, and it's raining. Kind of like rain, except it's debris. Something we don't usually like to say, because that is insanity. Tornado warning list. We're going to go till 2 a.m. if we don't have any tornado warning, because, again, that portion of the line right here, I have my concerns about this. We're going to stay live for about 20 more minutes. That way we can get some sleep for a very early morning. If I decide that it is worth, I may like decide last minute that it's not worth streaming. I don't know. Also, we have just crossed 8 hours, which we have not done in a very long time. I'm going to pull that up really quickly. How long has it been? Since we're 20 warning lists, and then we're going to go through all of your severe thunderstorm warnings here. March 30th was the last time we went anything above 8 hours. And the reasons for that, there were days that I should have. I was facing burnout from doing this so much. But we're back. I think for a little bit, I think I lost interest in the weather just for like a period of time. But I'm back. I love it more than ever now. Alright. I don't know if they even issue now with that kind of kink going right back into line. With that going back in line, I'm undecided if they're going to issue here. So we're going to go through all your severe thunderstorm warnings here. No. Alright. We're going to start south, go north, and take it from there. Mobile radar is about to be our go-to. If we have to continue streaming much past 2, we're going to have to switch to mobile radar. So, 60 mile per hour winds expected in this area with local pockets, so small pockets of penny-sized hail. Pretty much non-existent, but with some of your stronger updrafts, you could just see some hail. We do have a 44 mile per hour thunderstorm wind gust, ASOS station, KNEW New Orleans Lakefront Airport, with a gust of 44 mile per hour, which is really good. Not your 60, which is really good. So minor damage going to be happening in New Orleans, but nothing too crazy. Watching this area here for some possible rotation south of Eden Isle. Nothing tornadic at this time. Going up towards Slidell. Another area, but very weak area. Pocket of heavier winds, though, between St. Joe and Slidell. Looks like you have an RFD surge here. So that your RFD is kind of surging in, giving some stronger winds. RFDs were flank downdraft. A little bit of rotation here, nothing too insane. As we go into Mississippi, McNeil area, and then the rotation we've been watching to the north of McNeil and to the south of Poplarville. Switching radars to Jackson, Mississippi. That very well may be a tornado right there. I don't know. Not very well, maybe. We'll come right back to that. And that's about your only rotation or area of grave concern. It's so much harder to tell, but I'm fairly sure that's a tornado. I'm gonna wait on a new scan. No, it was not. If it was very brief. Very well, could have been. Like that. Alright, we're going to be here for the next 13 more minutes to kind of just keep watch on some of these areas. And then we're done. If you guys have any questions, please drop them below. I would love to be able to answer your questions. Again, I want to point out that we've had possibly 2-3 significant tornadoes tonight. One crossed US 84. Actually, two crossed US 84. You had another tornado there, another tornado. And then the hot coffee tornado, which and then here in Taylorsville, that may have been a tornado there. Wow. That was a little span there. And then we go back at it round 2 tomorrow. Possibly. Alright, let's take a look back here. Yeah, your Poplarville is not going to get tornado warned. It is moving into drier areas so for right now. We'll have more moisture, probably closer to 9-10 a.m. So we're going to watch it, and if it's significant, we'll go live for it. Other than that, probably give it about 5 more minutes, I'm going to say, and then we'll end, which is really good. Alright, while we're here, we're going to go over tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and just go full screen on this. We're going to look at 6ZHRRR. This is at 6 a.m. Eastern, so 5 a.m. Eastern, Central. This is 8 a.m. Central, 9 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Eastern, 12 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Eastern, 2 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Eastern. I think your strong tornado threat, if we have a strong tornado threat, is this area here. That is my personal thoughts on this. That's my personal thought here. That's your strong tornado threat right there. From approximately 8 a.m. Happy Valentine's Day! Yeah, happy Valentine's Day. Or what's left of Valentine's Day. And then we see this here. I'm not exactly sure where you are, but this is at, so 12Z would be my 5 a.m. 6 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Eastern, Panama City. Panama City would be right there. Around 9:30 to 10:30, 11. Also going to confirm this with 0Z. I prefer 0Z, yeah. It falls in line with 0Z just well. Yeah. I know Panama City is like right here somewhere. Yeah, that notch will stick out a lot. Actually, I'm going to take a look at this on Pivotal. and not view that, we're going to go to reflectivity. There we go. This looks a lot better. Left of the notch, yeah. Yeah, you'll be up, hopefully. If nothing else, just have wireless emergency alerts on your phone. I don't know if I will be streaming or not. I'm going to try to. So this is 17Z, so 11 a.m. Sorry, I'm having to do UTC conversions. I don't know if you guys can see where that little black area is. It literally says the time. Literally says the time in Central. So this would be at noon. Lots of tornado warnings on that HQ site. Yeah. It is a fast mover. So this is at 10 a.m. Eastern. Your dogs will wake you up. Yeah. My dogs don't mind thunderstorms, but they will go crazy if it gets really loud. So this is 12 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Eastern. This is when your strong tornado threat here at 11 a.m. or 12 a.m. really starts. Your Central Time. I know some parts of Georgia that are in this are Eastern. Yeah, y'all are. I'm in a drought too. A lot of this. I think Florida is in an extreme drought right now. So this is going to be much needed rain, but then again, after 2 days, your fire threat goes way up again. Small ones panic. Yeah, that is normal for small dogs. I actually owned a small dog a couple of years ago. Always freak out over the thunderstorms. My big ones or medium-sized ones don't really care. Alright, let's go ahead and go through some specifics on this. Supercell composite is going to be a little bit higher. I think closer to your Florida Georgia line, closer to Jacksonville. Tallahassee is Eastern. I should have this pulled up right here. I should have this. Alright, no, that's just conversion. Never mind. Thought I had it. So the storms get there 69, 64, 132, 3K8. Photograph just sucks, but your tornado threat's there. Let me switch up to this. We are going to be ending in 4 minutes, unfortunately. So I can hopefully be up in time for tomorrow's storms. So I can cover them. While tonight's tornado threat is gone. And then SIG tornado threat. Your significant tornado threat's still low. But there's a little area right here that might try to tornado. And that'll be at 10 a.m. So 10 a.m. Central. Alright, I want to take a look at dew points. Before I do that, we're going to go through 0 to 3. Energy helicity here, pretty much. Okay, 71, 63. Doesn't look too good. I'm definitely updating the forecast I made off of this. Taking a look at your temperature here. Southern Florida getting baked at 79, 80 degrees. Wouldn't surprise me if you see a few 80s there near Miami. And then as you get closer to Alabama, Georgia, you'll start seeing the 60s especially after this line passes. Your air coverage quickly. We are currently in La Nina. Let me pull this up. I have it saved somewhere on my computer. Give me 1 second. We're currently in La Nina, but by spring we're going to transition over to neutral. I have this somewhere. I have a little graph I have. I'm going to pull up radar while I look for that. And then by summertime we should transition to El Nino, something. I have so many files saved because I'm currently working on my forecast for the season itself, which should be uploaded probably by the 20th, 21st. But we're currently in La Nina, and it is rapidly weakening. So we'll transition back into neutral. We did the same thing last year. So I do think it'll be active again. And then during the summer we'll transition to El Nino. I know it's somewhere I have it. Alright. I think I found it. Please don't pull up on the screen. Nice. There we are. So we're currently in your February, March, April. So we're here. We're still in La Nina at this time. But by your March, April, May, we are pretty much in neutral. And that'll keep until the June, July, August, where we'll start seeing that El Nino take over. So the March, April, May will probably be in neutral. The EML needs to kind of dry up a little bit, or it's going to be an interesting year. So, there's that. We're going to go over this line one last time, and then we're going to go get some sleep. Be back at it about 9:30, 10 a.m. in the morning. Unless something changes in my forecast, which tells me tornadoes aren't as likely. Alright. Only area I'm really looking at here is just to the west of Killen, excuse me. Right there. nothing too crazy. Nothing that screams tornado imminent, but that will be something to watch. And we transition to Jackson, Mississippi. Radar. There's something right here. Yeah, that's a radar artifact. That's nothing much. Alrighty, everyone. With that in mind, we've had multiple tornadoes, probably a few strong ones tonight. Monticello being one. Multiple tornadoes there. And then the hot coffee tornado. So, here we are. Your reason for the tornado spam here, your QLCS curving like it did, gave a lot of flow like that into the storm itself, so that's why your tornado genesis happened as fast and as rapidly as it did. We call it rapid tornado genesis. So there's the science behind that. It's actually really cool. I'm gonna go back to the hot coffee. That was the third scan. Alright, thank you guys for tuning in. We're gonna go get some sleep. Be ready for tomorrow. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for sticking with me through Valentine's Day. I just noticed the time still way over there. Alright, thank you guys for tuning in. Catch you guys tomorrow morning, hopefully. Peace out. You guys can check my Twitter or X account, and you guys will see if things change and I'm not going live. Alright, peace out.